Salutations, you freaking nerds! How's it going? So we are here, and we are going to be discussing today what is the best hero unit for you guys, right? You're starting up a playthrough, you're anxious, just like my wife every morning when I have a hard on, and you're asking yourself, what is the best hero unit? And on top of that, by the way, signature skill, which we might start talking a little bit about later down into the video here. But what is the best hero that I can use for my playthrough? Right now, as of the, and you know, this is roughly true, just regardless of the update that we're on, but, you know, which of these rulers are the best for you as of the Ways of War DLC? Which I don't think it's going to really change too much moving forward. I mean, clearly they're going to be adding giants, so that is going to change the game by that time in history. But regardless of such things, we are going to speak right now today about these guys as they currently stand. So let's do the quick rundown. Who's the best, and who do I suggest to you? Champion, Wizard King, Dragon Lord, or Eldritch Sovereign. Now, a lot of people are not too happy with the Eldritch Sovereign. They don't think that he's actually that good, which myself personally, I really like him because he has the, we can't see it here. I'll show it to you later, but he has the Mass Phantasmal skill, which is absolutely busted, broken. It takes away 20% every cast of the spell, takes away 20% of a unit's health, and it applies -3 status resistance to that hex. Every army in that hex, the province that you place it within, use it within, but also all the surrounding provinces. Really powerful, really good to spam. It's just super good. But again, you have to see the enemy armies. They made that change. It used to be that it would just apply to anybody, but they had to balance it in some way. I do like the Eldritch Sovereign, but that is pretty much like the main kink about the Eldritch Sovereign. Outside of that, the Forgotten Tome skills, they're cool. They're more interesting and fun to use than it is actually powerful. And largely there are other pathways. We're going to talk about it in a second here, but the other pathways that you can go with the signature skills for the Eldritch Sovereign, they're not really that powerful except for Mad Caster or / Chaos Caster. That one's really powerful. I love it. It has a lot of great application. So he's good at buffing your combat spells. That's the main thing with the Eldritch Sovereign. Dragon Lord. And by the way, before this update, Sovereign was good. After the update, they reworked the heroes. The Sovereign is still good, okay? Not much has changed. I would actually say maybe you don't get extra Imperium anymore. That's a nerf, but the damage is still good and Phantasm is still good. So it's up to you. I would say he's a roughly strong pick. Now, Dragon Lord, he was good before the update. Now he's pretty much the king in this update. He's the best one. And Dragon Lord, they did a lot of things to make them more interesting. Instead of dragons just being dragons and kind of having somewhat crappy abilities, sometimes not, specifically the tail swipe, they kind of buffed, well no, they did buff the tail swipe, and then they also buffed his Dragon Breath and his signature skills, and now the Dragon Lord is tons of fun. You can make him a mage, which is super powerful. You can make him a warrior, a defender, hero unit type, and both of those are really powerful as well. Maybe even better than the mage. I haven't used them, but everyone says that they love it, and I know that the defender and the warrior class is really good, and that dragons right now are freaking incredible. So I'm gonna guess warrior and defender is really good with the Dragon Lord. So, you know, if you want to use something really powerful, you're gonna go with the Dragon Lord. Then we have the Wizard King. This guy used to be really good because he allows you to use Overchannel, which allows you to spam out a lot of spells. in a turn. So he was really good for like every couple of turns, as I remember, or maybe I'm forgetting. People are not happy with the changes though, because this guy got nerfed, and that's ultimately what happened. They changed channeling ritual, which I thought was only once, by the way. I thought it was only once a turn, or sorry, once a combat that you could use this. Now you can only use it once every, seems like basically 3 turns, because it has 2 turn cooldown. So on the 3rd turn you can use it. So you go 2 turns without using it. So yeah, it's every 3 turns. And of course it starts on the cooldown of 1 as well, to add further insult to injury. So you can't use channeling ritual too often. The upgrades kind of low-key suck. No one's really that happy with them, and I kind of understand. This guy is just not as good as he used to be. He's still good if you want to get extra spells, but the other issue is that you cannot stack this, which I don't know what that matters for exactly. Maybe a few things, but whatever. I mean, for you, you don't need to think too much about that. So anyways, I would say that the Wizard King is still okay, because you still get extra spells. It's just that it's not going to be that often. So it's like, he's minimal, he's okay. He's not really that overpowered. He was always kind of good before this update. But, you know, after the update, I guess Wizard King's not really that good. For me personally, I don't notice too crazy of a difference. I just know that he's, you know, you don't get to use channeling ritual that often. So I would just tell you, you can use it and maybe get a little bit of use out of it, but again, you're just not going to be able to tap into those additional spells. And I guess, is that really worth it for you? I mean, that's all it's really about. That's the gimmick of the Wizard King. And I'm going to be honest, I think Dragon Lord does a lot more. So I just don't think it works. So that's kind of that for the Wizard King. I'm not really too crazy about him. The champion, the Mortal Champion. Now, okay, this is a weird one, because we get the command ability, which was changed from being something that you get when you level up. Now it's something that comes with the Mortal Champion, because they had to make this unit good for something. Hero type, I'm sorry. So command is good because it regains action points to one of your units, right? That's really powerful. However, and by the way, you no longer can only use it once a combat. You can now use it every 3 turns, just like the Wizard King. So either having an extra spell with the Wizard King, or having the ability to give one of your units all of their action points back with the champion. I'm just gonna say it, bro. The Wizard King is probably better. Just gonna say it right now. And they can also enhance hero skills. So a part of the skill tree of the Wizard King is that you can also overcharge your spells, but selectively. It's either your damage or your healing. So you have to make a choice between the two. But maybe Wizard King is still better, but Champion's not bad. It's just that command, sometimes you're giving a unit, like a support unit, which typically doesn't do a lot of damage, you're giving that unit all of its action points back. It's not going to do anything with it, so it's effectively wasted. You're better off having a spell. So I would actually tell you, this is just me speaking, I don't know if anyone can prove anything else otherwise, but I think that the Wizard King is still better than the Champion. The Champion got a buff, and it is better than it used to be. It used to be that you would never select this. It sucked. However, it's now much better. So with commands, you're going to get a lot more out of it. You can build, by the way, a ranger, and every time you get a kill, you refresh, and it's not too hard to do that with the ranger. If you have a mage lock pistol or a mage lock rifle, you do so much damage, you're going to get kills all the time. So you can make this where I use command in 1 turn. Now the AI is not too good with this, but maybe it can sometimes work within these parameters. It's kind of up in the air. I don't know. Sometimes the AI will make use of what I'm about to share with you as a strategy. But typically the AI might screw it up because the AI doesn't typically like to give kills to heroes. Not always, sometimes, but typically it likes to give kills to melee heroes, but not the ranger. I don't know what that's about, and that really hurts the ranger. So anyway, outside of that, you can use commands in a turn and give any unit outside of a few select units, like the Dragoon Knight. This does not work, which kind of sucks, but the Dragoon Knight is so powerful, I guess it shouldn't work, right? Whatever. Air quotes, anyway. But you can give a unit extra action points, and maybe that's good, maybe it's bad, depends on how powerful your units are. That's another issue. Are they more powerful than using another spell? You know, you got to think about that, because you can also, through your Pantheon, get an Eldritch Sovereign and get Madcaster, and now your spells are even better, right? So now you have extra spells, and they apply a random negative status effect, which sometimes includes insanity with a spell like Comet of Calamity. So that's a good kind of mixture of things with the Wizard King. When we look at the champion, all you can do is give those action points, and then on top of that though, you could go Ranger, give action points. It's a free ability. Sorry, you can go the variant that makes it free, by the way, that costs you a skill point. It starts with only you needing to use one action point, so keep that in mind. But once you get the free one, which is called Decisive Command, and you go Ranger and you get the skill ability in the skill tree, it's not too hard to get. That makes it so that when you get a kill, it refreshes all of your abilities, right? You could make it, and by the way, I think it also works with Go for the Kill, which gives you a plus 50% damage boost. So relatively speaking, okay, you soften up. This is the issue though. I don't think it works with the AI. I don't think the AI is intelligent enough to make this work every time. So it's you. You have to do it manually, okay? If you want to do it manually, this is good for you. But is command even really that good? I don't know. Honestly, maybe not, if I'm being real. And by the way, you can do the same thing with the Ranger on the Wizard King for the spells. So if you get kills with, because I think on Wizard King, you can go Ranger, unless I'm wrong. Maybe you can only go Mage, because then that's a completely different story. Because getting refreshes on your cooldowns a little bit more difficult with the Devouring spell, because that's a specific spell that you have to use that doesn't do a lot of damage to secure for yourself a refresh on your cooldown. So I don't know. Oh, you know what? Right here, I could actually check. Let's see, real quick. Can we do Ranger with this guy? Because if we can do Ranger, then he's just better. Okay, you can do Ranger. Okay. Well, it's better. It's better. Okay, so there we go. We literally just averted crisis right there. So the Wizard King is still better. Anyway, but if you want the champion, okay, what I'm talking about here, so you can do this for the champion or the Wizard King, it's up to you. What happens is that when the Ranger, it only works with the Ranger, okay? No one else has this except for kind of the Mage, and the Mage, it's not really, I don't think it's as good. The Ranger, you can use any of your attacks. So you can go Mage Lock Rifle, and you can just maximize a bunch of damage through that avenue. Mages typically don't really have that much damage, if I'm being honest with you. So I just don't think this works with the Mage. I don't believe it. Maybe I'm wrong, and I don't know if anyone knows better than me, honestly. But from all my knowledge, and I played this game like a freaking no-life, this is better with the Ranger. So I'm gonna just tell you this right now. I think that this strategy that I'm about to share with you, that I'm kind of like glossing around, I think it only works with the Ranger. And what it is, you use one of these abilities, right? I mean, you can only use this after the first turn in combat, which is not too difficult to go past, so okay. Anyways, you use Command or you use Channeling Ritual, and you can make it where either one is free, okay? Then you get a kill, and you can also Go for the Kill on your Ranger, which gives you plus 50% damage. You get Go for the Kill, you use Go for the Kill, you use your units in your army to weaken up enemies, you get yourself a kill with your ranger, then you refresh both. I mean, again, depending on which one you go, you can refresh one of these abilities. And it makes it so that in the next turn, you can use, I believe it refreshes both Go for the Kill and Command/Channeling Ritual, whichever one you pick. So you could effectively, in that way, have Command. Most likely, if you're playing the game manually, you can have this every turn. And you can have your plus 50 damage every turn as well. You could effectively do that, and it's not really that difficult. But the AI doing that, listen, the AI is not that smart. Sometimes it gets a little bit better every couple of updates. It gets a little bit less retarded, but it's kind of up in the air. So I'm just gonna say it, bro. If you really want to maximize how these guys work and basically guarantee for yourself, I need to try that. Honestly, I'm going to try that in one of my playthroughs. I do not like the Ranger. I think it's one of the worst, and that's what we're going to talk about in this video. But when you're selecting one of these, I mean, it's like, okay, maybe if you get the Ranger, you can possibly get yourself an extra spell every turn, right? And then maybe this works, but only if you're playing manually, because the AI is not going to make that work. It's only going to work every couple of turns, not every single turn. If the AI was smart and everything I'm saying is correct, as I'm currently thinking through it, and I don't think there's anything that would otherwise apply as we're talking about this. If the AI were smart, then dude, like the Wizard King would still be good. And you would have this every single turn. And again, you can turn this into a free action point ability, so you can make it work. But you know, man, it's really up in the air with the AI, and because of that, these two guys, they're just really not that good with the AI. If you're doing it manually, I'm sure that the champion's a little bit fun to play, but he's not as powerful as the Wizard King. The Wizard King can have access to an additional spell if you go with my strategy that I just shared with you, which is not too difficult to do, then you can have an extra spell every turn, and there's so many things you can do with spells. Healing, extra units on the field, there's a bunch of stuff. The only issue here is whether or not you have enough casting points, and that's it. So if you have enough women on the casting couch, then you're good as the Wizard King. But if you don't have a bunch of women on the casting couch, you might want to go Mortal Champion. It's up to you. But, you know, you have to find a way to source all the whores. So, anyway, that's it right there. I would say that the Sovereign is only good because of the Phantasmal Ritual and his Mad Caster variants. He is terrible with the mind control and terrible. What was the other one? I don't even use it. Oh, it's a summoning one. And yeah, it's not good. His summoning path is not powerful either. It's trash. And you can go Ritualist with him and go the Summoner route as well and buff your summons that way. But it's like, I mean, okay, over-glorified Summoner. The summons are not that powerful. They don't get a lot of defense, so they can easily get wrecked late game, and they don't even do great damage. So I don't know what the frick you're going to do that kind of a build for. If I'm being honest with you, I think it's stupid. So anyways, Dragon Lord is just the best, if we're just being honest. And they made him more fun and interesting too. He's way more thought out than the other ones. I mean, for whatever reason, the developers, they love the dragons, and they want you to play the dragons more than everyone else. So I don't know what that's about, but that's their decision. So anywho, I mean, I can show you a little bit here. So these are your options. So you can go Warrior, Defender, and by the way, it does give you extra damage. And you can also, by the way, so this is what you start with, but you can also, I think you can choose 2 other variants that further variates your damage type. So I think it's possible that you could like start as an order, get a transformation in astral. So now you're doing lightning and spiritual. And then I think later you can get another transformation that will allow you to, let's say, do frost damage if you go shadow or whatever. But anyways, you've got Defender, Warrior, Ritualist, which I don't think that's going to be good at all on a dragon. It's not good as far as I'm concerned on the Eldritch. The Ritualist, okay, so see, we're going to be talking about that in a second here. I don't think the Ritualist is that good, honestly. It's one of the better ones, maybe, but maybe, I don't know. Anyway, Defender, Warrior, and Mage. Mage is really good. I like Mage, so... because it makes your Dragon Breath a lot more powerful, and the Dragon Breath is just cool and fun to use. So we're going to do something here, and we're just going to go into my playthrough. By the way, if you have not checked out my my racial unit tier list, go check it out, because I'm going to show you this right here. This is the power that I have accumulated on my Dragoon Knight. These mother effers do so much damage. Absolutely insane. These guys can do anywhere between 50 to 180 damage, okay? Depends on a certain number of factors, but they're not, these guys right here, they're not even fully maxed out, by the way. I can do more than this. Crazy, all right? Just added note right there, all right? Anyway. So right here, I'm gonna share with you. So this right here, this is the Mortal Champion. Of course, we have Decisive Command. Cooldown is 2. What I'm talking about is Kill Shot. Killing an enemy unit resets all ability cooldowns. Can only trigger once per turn. So effectively speaking, you could get this for free every turn. And that would work. The only question is whether or not, I mean, okay, whether or not you want to use command or use over channel. That's number one. Number two is, do you want to play the game manually or through AI? Most people want to do AI. So with AI, this is barely going to work most of the time. But when it does, okay, that's nice, right? So, okay, cool. I used a spell or my command ability this turn. And by the way, you want to really focus down damage if you do this. You want to make sure that your hero can get kills. If they cannot, then you're just going to have a tough day, you know? So you want to make sure that you either get Mage Lock or you want to get the pistol or the rifle for Mage Lock, okay? Because of the piercing and the breaching that is passive within that weapon there. We also have right here, go for the kill. This right here is going to increase by 50%. It can only be used once per battle. And as I understand, oh, it resets all, oh, so you can only do this with Devouring Spell. So, okay, that's one benefit that the mage has, all right. Frickin' A, you got me, game. Jeez Louise, you win, you frickin' queer. Anyway, bro, so that's pretty much it, all right? If you're gonna choose Wizard King, Eldritch Sovereign, whatever else, right here I can show you, this is it right here. 24 damage, it's not that much, trust me on that, jeez Louise. It's barely much, but you know, 24 damage, Devouring Spell. It doesn't have a very far range, so you have to get a little bit close. That's the other issue. Also, this cannot be refreshed. I forgot about that, so you can't really use this that often. So, listen, you can build a mage, and I guess you can focus a bunch of mage heroes. You can go up here and you can grab Channel Power. And then I guess use one of your mage heroes, do a little bit of damage. Let's say you use Lightning Evoker on one hero. You go one of these routes. You're softening up the target. Okay. Then another hero has Devouring Spell. And I mean, at that point, I guess everyone has to be a mage then. You can't really mix it up, right? But, all right, so, and like I would say then, you would probably want to have, yeah, just 3 mages. That's how this is built. If you want to use your overchannel with your Wizard King every single turn, you're going to have 3 mages somewhere within the overall army composition, okay? So, all right, whatever. So, okay, Devouring Spell has this. I think it comes with something else. There's something else in here that it also functions off of passively. I forget what it is though right now. But anyway, channel power, right? And what happens with this, right, is Devouring Spell, which it does give you strengthen, which is nice. That's pretty nice. So you do get stronger. It's not like it matters that much, let's just be honest, but you also heal. Okay, that's all right. But it refreshes, unlike Kill Shot, this refreshes all ability cooldowns and once per combat abilities. So this does 24 lightning damage. Okay, lightning is really good. Sweet. And then on top of that, we're getting the plus 50. So effectively, you could always make this apply if you're smart. The AI is not very smart, so they're not going to do it this way. But if you are doing it manually, which you probably don't want to do that, most people don't. So Dragon Lord's better. I mean, honestly, bro, but you know. Okay, if you want to make this work for yourself, this is technically 36 damage. And, you know, I don't think it has as many damage modifications as well as your other attacks and abilities, as I understand. So it doesn't hit that hard. I'm going to tell you this right now. The enemy unit has really got to be softened up. It's pretty tough to get this to work for you, but if you can get it to work for you, all right, have fun, I guess. The only way I can think of making this work is that you got to use your other heroes or other units, whatever, some type of unit that does a lot of damage to make sure that the enemy that you use Devouring Spell on, it's guaranteed to get a kill. But, I mean, at least you can make it 36 damage and then get the kill. Then you can get your overchannel back. Oh, hold up. Oh, no. I totally forgot. Oh, no. Because I'm thinking of overchannel as a global. Wait. Oh, no. Okay, well, that sucks. So you can only do it every 3 turns. Why was I thinking it was a global? There's something about one of the past updates that's making me think that way. That's crazy. Yeah, they make so many changes, you know, so whatever, it's fine. So okay, you can only get over channel, and that's why people are not too happy. I mean, it's so restrictive. Jeez, man. So I'm trying. So, okay, maybe command is better, if I'm being honest with you, at this point, because you're not getting that many extra spells that often, you know? I mean, if you go the Devouring Spell route, effectively what it does is that you have one turn that you don't get an extra spell on, and the AI, you have to pray to God that the AI is going to use this effectively. So this is why people are not too happy with the Wizard King, because for one, you have to go down Mage. Well... Oh no, I'm sorry. I mean, you don't have to go... Okay, so you could go down Ranger. It's just that the extra damage... It doesn't matter too much because you can use Mage Lock. So you're fine there. Okay, so you can get... Okay, so the Mage, just forget the Mage. He's not good with this, okay? I don't know what I was trying to make up there. I was trying to make it work in my head and then it just fell apart. The deeper we got into this... Okay, listen. You can only use this once, and I don't think you're able to refresh it in any way. I thought there was something in here that allowed you to do it, and I'm making it up, so I'm gonna go flog myself real quick. BRB. Alright, we just got back. I flogged myself like Jesus before the crucifixion, and I feel great. So, Anyways, after the great shame that was me trying to justify the mage hero with this kind of build setup, it doesn't work. So the point is, to everything is, do not depend on go for the kill. And honestly, I can't believe in this playthrough I even selected go for the kill, because you can't even refresh it, because I was under the assumption that somehow I could refresh it. I don't know why. So now I'm pissed. In my own playthrough, I screwed everything up. Everything. This one freaking skill point, it's wasted. F my life. F it. So anyway, as we were talking about, so okay, with kill shot, you can make it to where you get over channel. Oh, I guess we could test it in the video. We could technically just test it now if we wanted to. You know, the exact way it would work, but I mean, okay, so anyways, you can make it work, okay? By the way, you do get defensive ritual, but like, it has 1 turn cooldown, so as I understand, you use it and you have to wait 1 turn, so you can only use it every 2 turns, and every couple of turns you have to waste for yourself 1 of your action points. Now, you could build warrior instead, right? And this could work with warrior, you know, because warrior has killing momentum. So you run up on an enemy, soften them up, get a kill, killing momentum, enter your defensive ritual. You could do that. And then every 2 turns, because, but you know, with this, and if you go ranger and you use kill shot, you could have it every turn and you're getting kills. So you could use it either way, okay? So basically, I think this looks like, to me, the melee variant with warrior, okay? Or you can use ranger, and you are restricted to either or, which you could, well, so this would only work right here with a dragon. This one right here would only work with a dragon. This right here would not work with a dragon. It can only work with a ranger, so... You know, man, it's so restrictive. You could make it work. It's just that you have to make an entire build around the fact that I'm either going to be getting, I'm either going to be getting an extra spell every 2 turns, or I could do it every turn. But again, you have to, you know, it's just up in the air. And the AI is such a problem because they don't always... The AI will make your hero nearly kill a unit for some reason at the beginning of a combat turn. But for some reason, the AI does not like it to make your heroes get executions on enemies when it's absolutely available. So that's a huge problem with the AI, is that it loves to just attack enemies with the hero, when otherwise you could be getting executions everywhere. I don't know what that is about the AI, but it totally screws the freaking pooch on that one. Many times over. Many times. So anyways, that's everything we have to say about that. Let me show you here, right? So here you can see so this right here is mass. Okay, Phantasmal's the same thing, just, you know. Okay, so it's 15%. Phantasmal's 20%. So 15% to apply it to a bunch of units in that province and outside of that. Oh wait, and Phantasmal only works on 1 army. So this applies in a much wider radius than Phantasmal. I was forgetting about that. So, you know, it's 15%. It's still good. I would go with it. It's always powerful and it's always worth using. It makes everything easier for you. Unlike my freaking wife. And again, bro, oh my gosh, Flesh Weaver is so bad. And the other one is bad too. Just don't even bother with it. I don't think I have. Do I have Madcast? I do. I do have Madcaster somewhere in here. Let me find it. Where are you, you freaking hoe? Somewhere here. There was we have a Madcaster in the stack, I thought. Oh no, he's not here. Okay, well, I can go check him out. I think he's in the... So anyways, we're going to address the hero classes in a second here. Let's just go into the Pantheon. So right here, this guy is my Madcaster, as I remember. Yes, he is. So right here, Chaos Pulse it's okay. It's not really that powerful. The reason you do this, oh yeah, and it makes your spells cheaper. That's nice. It just comes with the signature skill. How nice. Then we upgrade Chaos into Havoc. So you're just getting more negative effects with this spell. And it's a good one, by the way. Or sorry, ability, whatever. It's a good one. It's a good one. But you typically go with this if you're not going a damage route with your Eldritch as a mage, okay? Because this is not really centered on any kind of damage. But look at that. You can apply, and this happens often, you can apply Insanity for 3 turns with this. And when you upgrade it to Havoc Pulse, you have a very high chance of this applying. Because, right, you go from 1 possibility to 2 possibilities of this applying. It's so good. It's so good. Anyways, you also then get, with Havoc Caster, you also get Chaos Channeling. Damage spells have a 90% chance of applying negative status effects, which includes Insanity, okay? So this is so powerful. It makes it to where it's like, I mean, for me personally, this is why I've played the Eldritch more than anything. I've played it so much, and it's only because of this. It's so good. It's so good. It just adds so much utility to your build. It makes the Eldritch Sovereign really good. So for me, the Eldritch is up there either at, you know, an A tier, it's an S tier hero as far as I'm concerned. It has a lot of application and utility, but, you know, power alone on an Eldritch is not too high. Now, you can do things to do great damage in a group. So again, like, depending on how you build this guy, because you can go damage or you can go Havoc with this guy, and that's really the only 2 options to go with, because there's another one. It's called Cosmic Caster. Cosmic Caster. And it's really just for damage. That's it. It's literally all about damage, nothing else. So you can go that and get a lot of damage out of Cosmic Caster, but Madcaster is typically the best option. I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you. I mean, if you want to go damage, you go Cosmic Caster. If you want to go status effect, which is really good, which includes a lot of Insanity on the enemy, Madcaster. But I would say that the Eldritch is either an A+ or an S tier just because of that. Because, I mean, for me personally, I keep on using the mother effing guy. So there's a reason for that, you know? It's up to you whether or not you want to really leverage into that or not yourself. But, you know, me personally, I love it. It's so good. Anyway, so I can't show you this guy. However, I can't show you the guy, but I can show you his signature skills. So, right, we can start as an Astral Dragon, which he did. So he has, as you can see, he has lightning damage. But then, so you get these really cool effects, right? You can make it where your breath attacks do 30% more damage. I did that because he's a mage. It's really powerful. And you can get crit chance with that. It just, bro, it nukes. It's really good. You can also get him to be undead, so he gets a bunch of lifesteal. He can heal like 30, 40, 50 health points off of a group of enemies with Dragon Breath. And typically you want to go Cone, not the Comet or the Line with Dragon Breath. The Cone is typically the best one. Outside of the Cone and all that, this is where you can upgrade or change your damage specifically for your Frost Breath. I think it also... Okay, so you can split off your damage and make it something else depending on what you select. It can be physical, poison, whatever. I went with Frost Breath because you have a chance to inflict Frozen, so it's another way to stun a bunch of enemies. Really good. And I do enjoy that. There's another one called Rust Breath that a lot of people say they like. Maybe it's good. I don't know. Anyway, then you can also get one of the Paragon skills for this guy, which most of them are just freaking insanely good. Very powerful. This one's one of the best. Elder of Order is just... It's basically giving Angel Eyes to all of the friendlies in your combat. It's so powerful. Really good. My gosh. So the dragons are just better. I mean, these guys went from like being a B plus kind of unit hero before the update. Now this guy is an S tier. Absolutely. If not S plus. This guy is freaking amazing. Really powerful. Now, for your generic, basic, ground level heroes, you're looking through and you're wondering to yourself, Ranger, I could grab Defender, I could grab, and you're wondering, okay, which one's the best? I can grab Warrior. By the way, with the Reaver culture, they show you Ranger and Defender almost exclusively, so... Anyways, there's also Ritualist and Mage and Warrior, okay? Outside of Ranger and Defender. And you're wondering, okay, which one's best? Which one should I select? And we're going to be very simple with this, right? We've already gone through it. So clearly the Ranger's basically made, and the only thing that's good about it, it's not good for anything else. No one really likes it. I don't like it. It's not that strong. It's not that powerful. It's not terrible. It's just more of a mid-tier hero unit. It can still get a lot of kills, but I'm going to be honest, you're probably better off when you're building the Ranger. You probably want to build something like the Mage Lock rifle, the Mage Lock pistol, right? Just so that you can maximize your damage and guarantee that you're going to nuke enemies, all right? But... you can do ranged weapons or skirmisher weapons. And by the way, we're not going to run down all the weapons for these guys. These guys just have a decent access to different weapons to use. But effectively speaking, how does it work? What is their tiering? And from basically best to worst, how would I rank them? It goes pretty much like this. Right now, it's pretty much tied between the Defender and the Warrior. And I don't know which one's better. Both are good in their own way. It's just really up in the air. How do you want to leverage into either or? I don't know. But both of them can be really good, all right? I don't know if we can look at... yeah, we can. Anyways... this guy's good for taunting enemies. That's how you want to go down his skill tree. And I can show you that in a second. I can't show you the Warrior, you know. Maybe actually I can. I'll try to find my other save and we can check it out. But and I'll show you with the Ranger. But, okay, so anyways, you can select equally the Warrior and the Defender. They're both good. Defender's good for taunting an enemy unit and locking them down and just throwing their face right up to any enemy units and then having everyone pile in on them, you know, because they're the closest thing around. And then you just keep on attacking them and make sure this mother effer is as tanky as possible and has a bunch of options for healing, okay? And when you do that, you're just going to be wrecking, honest. But, I don't know. How am I going to show that to you, though? We'll see. I'm going to figure that out. But outside of that, you can basically turn the Defender... well, the Defender's role is to be a frontliner that can do... you can do this with them where they do a lot of damage, a lot of enemies are around them, and also they end every turn in defense mode. So effectively, you can give a lot of bonuses through defense mode to all of your surrounding allies. So it's just a great unit to use with your army, but also to fight the enemy overall. And I actually thought the Defender was trash until I really started using it properly. So Ranger again is good, can do good damage. It's just that it's more of a gimmick for your mortal champion or your Wizard King more than anything. I'm going to be honest. I think that's really the synergy that's desired for Ranger. And so they nerfed both of those hero types just so that they could justify the Ranger, because people, I guess, have said that they don't really like the Ranger, which I used to really like the Ranger, and I actually think with this update, it's not that powerful. It's not terrible. You can still make it work if you're playing single player. I don't know about PvP, but in single player at a brutal difficulty, you can make it work. It's just that, certain things are up in the air, but outside of that, whatever, man. Warrior's a good unit for just running into a fight, doing a lot of damage, and you can go a little bit tankier with it, or more damage oriented. I would say go tanky. It actually happens to be the best one because you don't want your warrior to die down the damage path. He dies quite easily, so it's not really fun. But the warrior is really good for getting damage and getting a lot of kills. And with the warrior gets killing momentum as well. So you get kills, you can attack another unit and possibly get 2 kills in one turn. Really good. So the warrior is a good powerhouse option for you. And if he doesn't get a kill, then he can just enter defense mode if you go down the left path, which is the best one for him right now. Outside of that, so okay, Defender and Warrior are matched. I don't know. I like the Mage more than the Ranger. I'm going to be honest with you. So I've used a lot more of this update with the Mage than the Ranger. However, the Ranger does a lot of damage. So I'm going to just say it. They're probably matched, or I don't know, man. Hold on. Yeah, I would say that they're matched. Just thinking about it, Mage and Ranger are pretty much at the same power level to one another. They're really not. The Mage falls off hard late game, honestly, and is relatively powerful in the early game. To the mid game, the Mage has a lot of good application, but can be easily countered. And the main thing that's good about the Mage is applying a bunch of status effects, but also can do a lot of damage. But it just really depends, if I'm being real with you. So anyways, just depending on what you do with the Mage, it can be relatively powerful, but in the late game, I've never really seen it do that much damage. I mean, you can go crit chance with a Mage, and it can do relatively good damage, but even then, I don't think that the AI is really that good either with the Mage. That's the other issue. So I'm going to be honest with you. I want to like the Mage, and there's things I do really enjoy about it. But in the end, it's really not that powerful, if we're being honest. So honestly, it might be beneath the Ranger, because the Ranger at least has synergy with Wizard King and also Mortal Champion. So yeah, it's kind of up in the air. Anyway, I do not like the scatter shot. The AI does not like the scatter shot. I never see the AI use this. Ever. Ever. In this playthrough, any playthrough, the AI loves using True Shot because this does a bunch of damage. And then you pair this, and by the way, I don't like Snapshot. People have a way that they like to use it, where they shared that you just use a bunch of your units to weaken up a bunch of enemies, and then you use Kill Shot to kill that enemy. I'm sorry, you use Snapshot, and through Kill Shot, you kill an enemy with Snapshot, you kill another enemy, and you can spam this out. But you have to line it up, and you have to make sure that you're in a good place with that Ranger where they can hit a bunch of enemy units, and then you have to make sure that all of your allied units are going to do enough damage, which it's not impossible, so maybe you can make it work. But you have to play this manually. The AI is not going to do this strategy for you, but you can do it where you're spamming snapshot on a bunch of low health enemies, and effectively using kill shot, you can just maybe get like 4 or 5 kills in one turn with your ranger, and that can work. But again, you have to do it manually, and I don't want to do that. So with the AI, true shot is the best choice. Then you go piercing shot. You always get big game hunter, gives you more damage. And then you go kill shot, of course. It's a great one. All the rest of these are trash. You are getting these other ones right here just for flavor, if I'm being honest. And like, I think the reason why you would do this over here is if you're trying to do like a tanky build and you want to be really difficult to kill. Maybe? I don't know. So, if you want to do something that's fun, okay, fine, go for it. But again, we're talking about like what's the best. And this is just maximal. Bypassing, big game hunter, kill shot, invigorating takedown. I actually do not enjoy going down this route, and I actually think it wastes your skill points. Although I don't know how I think about that long term. But anyways, you do want to get slip away. It's a nice one for survivability. You don't really want to depend upon your hero dying. So maybe it's not that good, honestly, because maybe you want to avoid that, right? Because it's like, the goal of any hero unit is that they never die, that they're so powerful, they cannot die. So if you are spending a skill point to avoid death, then you're that's a skill point that invalidates all the rest of these other skill points, Effectively making your hero you're holding out for the chance that your hero might die, which I don't know if that's actually what you want. I want to look at my ruler because I think I like her build a little bit more than this one. She also has more skill points. That's the main thing. You freaking queer. Show me my mother effing ruler. It skipped her, you piece of filth. Anyway, so you know what? If I could change this build, which I could, and I'm not going to. And by the way, I wish there was a good way of looking at signature skills. Okay. We'll get around to that. Anyway, I guess we could do it on the spot, couldn't we? But again, okay, at the top of the tier list, Defender plus the Warrior, they're both at the top, and I don't know who's better. I think sometimes Defender's better, sometimes the Warrior is better. It just really depends on what you're going for and how you play both of them. How the AI, and the AI does okay. When you give taunt to your defender, the AI is kind of up in the air, but regardless, you can go either one and they're both good, okay? So whichever one you want. If you want to use a polearm or a fist weapon, you will go with the defender. If you want to use a great axe or a great sword or whatever, then you're going to use the warrior, okay? It's really at that point just your choice. But anyways, I'm going to be honest with you. Getting slip away and getting go for the kill, because this only applies for one turn. And that's actually a waste. Why am I putting a skill point into something that only applies for one turn? I was under the assumption for some reason I could get it back. You can't, so what am I doing? Slip away. Don't get it. No, because you don't want to hold out for your hero to die. You want them to be tanky and to survive. So do everything that makes them survivable instead. Rather than, they're going to die. It's like, okay, well then, why do you have a hero? Legit question. So anyways, so scratch these 2 skill points. You know what? We're just going to redo it here. Why not? There's no harm to do it. But anyways, then you're going to go here and you want to get Ranger so that you can get 20% extra damage. Then go down defense. That gives you evasion, defense, evasion, defense, evasion, and damage right here. This is great for damage and defense. You want to definitely go down that path. Right here, this is more of a bruiser kind of build, what you're going for. Let's just be honest. Your best choice is the left path, and it's all about flanking. So if you apply Distracted through any of your units as a status effect, this is really good, and it's just another great way to get more damage and to further maximize your ranger and their ability to basically one-shot units, which they're capable of doing it, given the mage lock rifle and everything that you can put into the builds. It's really possible. So anyways, and then definitely go over here and get that crit chance, because it's pretty easy to get yourself up to 70%. And with 70% crit chance, you're going to be critting a lot. And then I would honestly say get critical skirmisher so that you can just get more damage, right? As you're critting. And then I would not go down here because that's a waste. You can get astral blood and already get the 3 fortune. Critical second wind, although this is nice, gives you both health and strengthen. If the I don't know. Actually, is that worth? You know what? Shoot, man. You know, screw me. You know what? Here's the thing, bro. I wasted 2 of my skill points on both of these. So you might as well. Okay, if you want to waste your freaking skill points, you might as well waste it to get to this, because it gives you damage and survivability. So, okay, you know, it's up to you. But, you know, it's really up in the air whether or not you want to do that. This gives you slippery and swift. That's pretty all right. And we're not going to spend this much time on all the rest of them. I'm just kind of going through the idea of how we build a hero. I'm talking about the ranger here, because this applies with all the other guys. So, you know, with this ranger, though, you know, everything else is pretty much well done, right? Defense, evasion makes you much harder to kill. And then just on top of this, you want a good option for more damage and healing. So I would go down this path instead. And you can use it all throughout the game, unlike go for the kill and also slip away. Slip away, you don't use it at all until you're dead. Because anytime a unit slips away, they're always going to be killed right after they slip away. It always works that way. So what's the point, man? There is no point. I would say don't go this. Don't get the +1 range and then go for the crit chance. It's just, no, I don't think it's, I mean, okay. Astral Blood gives you 30%. High Morale gives you 20%. Right here, so that's 50%. Then you go Keen Edge, you can get 20%, so that's 70%. Shoot, I think there's something extra that we can do to get, there's other things you can do to get more crit chance, but like, I'm just saying, like, without doing anything like racial traits or whatever, you could, I guess, go Demonic Transformation and get the 15%. So, okay. So we go 30, 20, that's up to 50. Then we can go 70 crit chance. Then you can go over here and then you can get Demonkin, that's 15%. So that brings you up to 85. And then you can do Focused Hunt. Instead of getting these two, you can go Focused Hunt and that'll get you up to 105. So you have a guaranteed crit chance pretty quick in combat based on certain variables, which are pretty easy to fulfill. So you can make your ranger always crit. Now, 70% is enough. 85% is enough to typically crit. So whatever, it's up to you. But we could also go down this melee training. Slippery, we could grab those instead. You typically don't have to. It's actually, if you have a good army, you're not going to always really get into melee range. So you don't really have to have either of these. And also, you typically don't flank all the time, so this is actually not super dependable. And this is if you're trying to go for a bruiser build, but at that point, I think that's actually kind of weird to do. I'm not really a fan of that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. And then these right here, it's just for doing more damage based upon whether or not the enemy unit has more or less health, which I'm not really too crazy about either. So right here. Oh yeah, and then by the way, this is my path on the signature skills. Get yourself Zeal, get Condemned with it. Condemned is really good just in general for the negative status effect. Then you can go Chaos Empowerment. That's the other thing I was forgetting. So that can give you, so you can go up to 90%. You don't have to go Demonkin. So you can do any major racial transformation you want. Oh, and you know what? You could also get the minor racial transformation in the Tome of Beasts, or whatever it is, tier 1. And that will give you, if you're standing next to an allied unit, you get 10 critical hit chance with that. So, I mean, so there's a lot of ways to make it work for yourself. So you could either get Chaos Empowerment, or you can go Tome of Beasts and get yourself that extra 10%. Either one. But yeah, you can go down this and get a 100% crit chance and either get Chaos to pass from 90 to 100 or get the Tome of Beasts minor racial transformation. Either one works. But this one, by the way, people are saying this is really busted because it gives you a lot of damage for your crit chance. Your crit hits. And it gives you burning on a target and adjacent enemies. That is pretty good. I would say, yeah, you want to get this one. But I'm going to rework this biatch on the spot. Oh, yeah. Withering Decay, I used to get this, but this does not actually increase your damage. It just confirms the damage you've done, right? Because decaying, you can't regenerate, which is good. However, on a hero, you don't want to do that because you can get projectiles of decay on your ranged units through a tome as a unit enchantment. So it's not too hard to actually get decaying on enemy units in a combat. So really what you want to do is you want to actually maximize your damage rather than anything else, okay? But I do say this. You want to focus on a way for guaranteeing survivability. Now, you could just ignore this and go for lightning damage instead. And that's okay, because you do have regeneration through this by killing enemy units. And if you're doing damage, well, okay, the intention is I'm going to get a bunch of kills, which means I'm going to get a bunch of regeneration, which means I'm going to get a bunch of healing, because 5 regeneration gives you 30 health a turn. And on top of that, you're getting more damage. So this already does enough for you. With a Defender, there's ways to get this with Defender, but you have to do a retaliation attack. So it's really up to you. But I would get Adaptive Vigor if you want to really guarantee a lot more survivability. But you really don't have to do it, if I'm being honest, because it's already baked into this build's survivability with the regeneration. So yeah, it's kind of a waste. I didn't have to do it. And then, listen, I've been between Paragon of Order, Paragon of Astral. Get either one. Both are really good. Paragon of Order is better for your army, but it's still good for you with your hero. But Paragon of Astral is great for your hero. It gives you Strengthen. You get health every time you use a spell, which, right? If you're going with the Wizard King, this is even more powerful. And then you're getting bolstered defense and resistance, so you're even harder to kill. So it gives you a bunch of damage and a bunch of survivability and a bunch of healing. That overall, really good. So let me go through this with you. And maybe I will make a separate... You know what? I might make a separate tier list for signature skills, but I'm just going to leave it in here for you. Just since we're all here anyways, why not? Let's get 2 birds with one queer stone. So anyways, okay, this is the ruler. So your skill points are going to work out a little bit differently outside of this. Some people like to grab endurance training. That's going to spend for you 2 skill points. I don't know about that, but it does look like we are already spending a skill point actually on command, as I understand. Oh, it's optional? Oh, that's funny. Well, I mean, you want it, so get it. Okay, so that's 2 points right there. So maybe, maybe not. It's up to you how you want to go about it. But maybe if you're using Mortal Champion with a hero that isn't a ruler, I guess, and a ranger, by the way, you could go down here and grab this. It's okay. Okay, fine, whatever. Anyway, True Shot. This is what I think is the best builds. Big game, kill shot, invigorating takedown. Skip these 2 because you don't want to depend upon your hero dying. That's just a stupid plan. Do everything in your power to make them unkillable. That's a better strategy. And again, by the way, anytime a hero ever slips away, guaranteed to die. So it's like, this is such a waste. The only reason you do this is to waste one of the enemies and their turn. It's the only reason you do it. But at that point, just make your hero harder to kill. That's going to waste more enemies and their turn, right? So anyway, we go into here and you can either get lightning strikes right here, or you can get, what does purging do again? No. I would say none of these are as good as, you want to do lightning damage, I would say. So, but I typically go order because I want to get that zeal, which allows me to condemn my enemy. That's really good. And then you have the adept, okay? And I'm not really a fan of resistance sundering because you have so many ways to do that already with amplified arrows and whatever else. Honestly, I do agree with the biatch that said this is good. I do believe that Chaos Empowerment is good, gives you extra damage, increases your crit chance on your units and your hero, so that's even better. So I would say grab that, but you can also, check these out. They're not really that great. I wouldn't get them. They're just not good enough for you to pick up. Again, I would say amongst the best of the adepts is really, listen, bolstering evasion is great. The only way to get this, so if you want to get extra survivability, you actually want to get this. This, you can barely grab this in any other way than through this tree. And I actually never truly paid attention to this until now. So this is great. Now, it doesn't work against physical attackers, and that's my only problem with it. What's nice about regeneration is that you're getting extra health, which counters melee, ranged, whatever. But this is a great way to make it so that you never get hit from ranged units. This is powerful, And there is no other way to get this, by the way. I don't think, I can't find it anywhere else in the game. Literally. The only other way is through the shadow matrix that buffs your shadow spells. And if you use Soul Overflow, you can get 3 evasion, which means 30%. Okay? That's the only way you get this otherwise. And that's it. That's literally the only way. No other way. So this is a good option. You could go the Adept of Astral if you want, instead of going Adept of Nature, because that's about regeneration and we already have regeneration in the build, so actually we don't have to do this. So in Withering Decay, it just doesn't add damage for you. There's already ways to apply this dependably with your army. So it just doesn't make any sense why you would do this with your hero, honestly. You want to nuke the enemy. You don't really want to make them take time to die, And by the way, it can be cleansed. So, it's just a waste at that point. You have the Adept of Order, which gives you Keeper's Mark, which again, you are depending on your unit dying. You don't want that. No, you want them to live, right? You want them to fight all throughout the battle. You don't want them to have a chance to die. So, and then you also get this stuff here. It's like whatever. So for the adepts, I'm going to tell you this right now. Initiate, the best ones are Astral and Order. Everything else, I don't know if people think that Still as Stone is good. I don't know if they think that. I would say it's not, because you can be tanky in so many other ways. That's a waste of a point, I'm going to be honest. Soul Draining Strikes is interesting because it is a way to possibly spawn a bunch of decaying zombies if you're getting kills. It's good in that way. And then you can also lower morale. If you're going for like a really tanky build and you don't care at all about damage, then actually Soul Draining Strikes is really good. I will say that. Because again, it like inbuilt is a way to spawn decaying zombies. So like that could be really good, you know? So, you know, you can, so Initiate of Shadow, Initiate of, I would say Astral or Initiate of Order. Those are the best ones, depending on what you're going for. And by the way, you can also get Frost Strikes if you want to. So that's another nice one about Shadow, is that you have access to 2 ways to make your damage work for you in some way. But again, you know, what the issue with Soul Draining Strikes, right, is that you have to get the kill. Oh, wait. When the unit dies. Oh, wow. Okay, I mean, so just soulbound a unit. Okay. I mean, then I wonder if you can do this through your units already. You might not have to get this at all. It might not be worth it. So anyways, of course, what are we going to do? We're going to go Adept of Chaos, because when it comes down to Adept, again, the best for Adept is Astral, Chaos, maybe Nature. Really depends on the unit that you're using. If you don't have a good way to get regeneration, then you're going to want to go down here and grab Adaptive Vigor. That's what I would tell you. All right, outside, but honestly, I mean, that's it. That's to get a way to heal, because that's really important. But if you have a way to heal, then just get Evasion, because there's no other way to get that, and that's super powerful. So anyways, that's that right there. Now, here's the next thing for you. And by the way, right now, we're going through the signature skills. Let's just say it. Okay, we're going to get back to the heroes. I already shared with you Defender, Warrior at the top. I think Ranger is only slightly above the Mage. Mage is good until they can be cleansed. And that can happen later in the game. So again, Mages are good early game. Remember that. They're not so good late game. So again, if you want something good late game, Defender, Warrior, and or Ranger, those are the best choices. Ranger's good, but you know, again, there's trade-offs with the Ranger that can make it really bad, and you got to make sure that you're using Mage Lock if you really want to get good damage. Anyway, so now when we're looking at Master, I do not like it. Amplify Chaos is not as good as Consume Chaos. Consume Chaos is insanely powerful, and you can get that through building a weapon, by the way. This right here, I'm sure it's a great way to do damage, and it can nuke enemies, but there's no way to heal. And for that one reason alone, I don't like it. Now, I can see that this very well likely nukes enemies, because there's so many ways to apply negative status effects. I mean, you could get like easy 6 or 7 status effects. So you multiply, let's say 6 by 12, and that is, we gotta do retard math. Oh shoot. Isn't that 72 damage? Am I right? Oh shoot. Oh no, I'm failing. I think that's 72. So that's a lot of damage. And that is to all adjacent enemies. It is not as difficult as you think to do a lot of damage with this. I think, I've never used it. Consume Chaos is way better because you get lifesteal and random damage, not fire. So Consume Chaos is just better to get. But, you know, if you want to get both Consume Chaos and Amplify Chaos, and then just double stack both of them and use them interchangeably throughout a combat, I guess you can do that and it would just work fine. But, you know, Master of Chaos, I've never really been that crazy about it. Some people say that this should be really, oh wow. See, the issue is that people have with this, yes, it's 2 random debuffs, which could include Insanity. But it's only in 1 hex rather than 2 hex. That's the only issue, but this could be good. So, you know what? It's kind of up in the air. Master of Chaos might be a really good choice. It's really up to you what you're trying to do with your build. It's a good option, but I think it's a little bit riskier because just the way that it works with a build, it's like it's not guaranteed to get you kills. I mean, Amplify Chaos, I should try it out at some point and see. My guess is it would do well, but if an enemy has a lot of fire and magical resistance, I don't think it's going to do that well, you know? The reason why Consume Chaos is so good is because it does anything. It does a bunch of random damage effects. So you get Frost, Spirit, you get all kinds of damage numbers. So that's why it's better. So anyway, no idea. It's up to you if you want to pick up Chaos. I never pick it up, so that's it. All right, Master of Astral, really good. A lot of people suggest this. I'm using it right now in this build. I don't know how good it is. We're just getting into it. So, but my guess, this is a really high chance to stun enemies all around your hero. This, of course, is used with melee. And you enter defense mode, which is huge. It's a great way of shutting down units, running up on them. It's like an alpha strike in a weird way, where you run up on them, you waste an entire turn for those units, or they have to be cleansed, which typically that's what happens. So, okay, you either waste a spell by doing this, or you waste a support unit and their cleanse by doing this. Okay, it's one or the other, all right. And then on top of this, you can also have Blink. And these both work together great. And this is great to use on a melee unit specifically. So you can use this, again, it has 3 turn cooldown, so you can only use this every 4 turns. Yikes. But you know, if you can really open up a lot of good combat scenarios by doing this, it's really good. Anyways, outside of that, you want to get Blink. If you go with this, it's pretty much the main reason to get it, is that teleport, really good. I mean, yeah, that's it. That's it. It really depends if you want to put this on your... Me personally, I think that you want to put this on your defenders. Warriors, they don't have a hard time getting around. So this is really made for your... Either you want to make your rangers / your healer... Sorry. Ritualist and or mage, your ranged heroes, you want to make them get flanking shots. That's why you would do that. Get Blink. Or you want to do this with Defender, because the Defender has a really hard time getting into combat at the start of battle. So you get Blink with Defender, and then you phase lock, and you're opening up a good second turn. So it's really good for Defender, not so good for Warrior. The Ranger doesn't need it, and the Ritualist and the Mage, they don't need it either, but it's an option for flanking if you want to flank. I'm not a big fan of this, if I'm being honest with you. Maybe some people are. It's added damage. It's good base damage, but honestly, Adept of Chaos is already doing that for us, so we don't have to do Adept of Materium, if I'm being real. Poisonous Undergrowth is interesting. I don't think it's good at all. I think it's dog trash. I think most people believe it's dog trash. Call of the Wild is okay, but it's like, it's really not that good, let's be honest. Of course, then we have Master of Order, which gives you Conjure the Dome of Protection, which is a really good defensive spell, which you would want to use like with a Ritualist. It's really good with the Ritualist, because the Ritualist is all about healing, and this counts as a support skill, as I remember. So this can be really powerful. Really powerful. And you enter defense mode. So with a ritualist, this is good, and I would actually recommend this on the ritualist. Outside of that, it's not good on anyone else. And like, I would say it's not even good on defenders, although I could see this actually working on defenders because it's a 2 hex radius, by the way. That's pretty freaking good, you know? So I don't know, man. It's up in the air. And honestly, maybe it's super good on defender too. So it's kind of up in the air. I would say it's best on a ritualist, but it's up to you. And then you also get Mending Touch, which is a free heal. And if you want that, you can do it. It's every 2 turns. I'm sorry. It's a 2-turn cooldown. So it's every 3 turns that you're using this. So, yeah. I'm not really a big fan of Mending Touch. There's better ways to have survivability, like with, I mean, at that point, just get Adaptive Vigor, you know? Honestly. And again, like my main issue with this, you don't want to typically get Conjure Dome of Protection because you want your hero attacking and doing damage, whether it's a defender, a ritualist, anybody. So it's not the best. If you want to try to make a build around it, you can. It's just not the best. Again, what would I consider to you in the master tree? By the way, I typically skip master, if I'm being honest with you. It's actually not that good. Adept is much better for most of these skills. The adept tree is just good. Look at this right here. Unholy Leader. That is so good to have with an undead army, which if you're using Whiteborn, which is pretty powerful, this is a good one right here. So there's just so much more going on in the adept skills for some reason. I don't know why. Master is really not that good. But I will tell you this. You either might want to get Master of Chaos. Master of Astral is the main one that you would ever get. But maybe Chaos is good. I'm still up in the air about that one. If you use that with Whiteborn, I wonder if you get Lifesteal or Mana Addicts. Because then maybe Consume Chaos is really good. I'm sorry, Amplify Chaos. You also have right here Master of Shadow. I have not used it. I have been wanting to use it. You have Exhume Undead, and you have the Draining Burst. The thing about this is it's magical damage. You can only use it every 4 turns, right? You use it 1 turn goes by. 2 turns go by. 3 turns, you're on the 4th turn, and you can use this again. That is rough. Now, it's great for healing, right? You can do a bunch of damage, but let's be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. If you have Mana Addicts or you have Whiteborn, I'm pretty sure you're able to get this to heal you every turn or every 2 turns. You can use this far more often, and I'm pretty sure you can heal off of this through Lifesteal. So this is already better. Already. So, I mean, if you're looking for something that is like Draining Burst, I mean, I think it's cool as an idea, and I've been tempted to actually use Draining... Oh, please, brother. There we go. It's frost damage. That's good. And again, it's decent damage, and it heals. And by the way, you would be using this on a melee unit. This is a good way to heal for a melee unit, but again, I just think that Adaptive Vigor is better, or the other ones. And then you got Master of Materium, which the only thing cool about this is the Artificer's Overcharge. You can overcharge any of your units, and I'm pretty sure this, and typically they don't stun. Especially if you maximize status resistance, you could have a pretty good time with this. And honestly, I wonder... So I'm going to be doing a support build, by the way. And I think I might use this on my support build. Maybe. It's great for healing, and it's also great for adding a bunch of damage. It says plus 50. Is that real? That's huge. Anyway, bro, I mean that's crazy. I feel like they worded it incorrectly, but who knows? Who freaking knows? So anyways, this is my right here. This is my Ranger. So we're gonna be grabbing for ourselves. What was it that we got? Uh-oh. See, getting evasion is huge, bro. It's really difficult to make up my mind on that. It's either evasion, or we're gonna want to grab. Shoot. Let me think about it. It's or we want to do more damage, right? And because my regeneration, which is survivability, is based on getting damage. Shoot, man. Getting damage dealt. We might just want to do that. See, that's what's so difficult. It's like, okay, so which one's better? I'm going to be honest with you. I think that evasion is really powerful. The only issue, of course, is the fact that it doesn't apply to physical. So it's really overpowered to get a bunch of evasion versus ranged units. It's just that you definitely you want to do something that's good all around. So you know what, man? You know, like for you, if you're making a freaking hero, especially a Ranger, it's up to you. But you know what? I'm going to YOLO it, and I'm going to get Initiate a freaking Astral just so that I can get some more of that, some of that lightning damage. But you know what? There's so many ways to get damage for a hero. Is it actually necessary? That's actually the question. And instead, because we can get Star Blades, and that's already going to add a lot of damage for us. Look at this. We're only adding 6 damage right there. That's actually not enough. So you know what? This is so strange. But that the strengthening, oh shoot, that can really, I mean, it stacks up, you know, and then crit chance, you know, it's 6 damage right now, but that turns into a lot, you know. So we're gonna do that in a future playthrough. I would probably just get the master, or the adept of Astral instead. I'm gonna guess that in most playthroughs, you're gonna want to get the adept of Astral for the bolstering evasion. That's my guess. It's too good to pass up, that's for sure. And then, of course, we have the Paragon of Chaos, which, and the other ones, by the way. So we have the Paragon skills, and Paragon of Chaos is cool because, you know, you're starting combat with some of these bonuses. I never get it. It's not really that great. You can make enemies near to your hero fumble, and also your allies get 30% crit chance, which most of the time you don't really actually need this. So I just don't think it's really good. I mean, for your hero, it seems pretty powerful, and this is obviously made for a melee hero, but nah. I think Paragon of Astral. But anyways, I'm going to show you the other ones. We also have the Paragon of Shadow, which is, honestly, it's dog trash. I don't like it. You also get Eternal One, which is you're relying upon the fact that your hero might die, which I guess, I mean, the issue is that you can just step on their corpse and then they never respawn, or you can even eat their corpse and they die. You never want to see your hero die, ever. It's the worst thing that can happen in this game. So just do not depend on that. Ancient of Earth, it's not really that good if I'm being honest with you. It makes you easier to hit. Okay, what the frick? And then you're only getting hit points, okay, and damage, okay, and also you can't use a mount after this, which is fine, whatever. But then retaliation attacks, it's not really that good. So, Paragon of Nature, you get natural regeneration, it's okay. I've tried it with certain builds, it's not really that impressive. Avatar of Nature, meh. Whenever an allied unit dies, you gain strengthen. Really? There's so many other ways to get strengthen, bro. My units have to die. My units have to die in order for that to happen. No. No, this is trash. Like, listen, I get it. It's cute. You can select it and be like, oh wow, I'm so pretty. It's not that good. Now, Resurgence, this keeps your freaking units alive throughout combats. Unless they get eaten through Corpse Eater, then you have a problem. But outside of that, it's really good. Or unless they get revived by a Necromancer. That too can happen. Or Dark Ritual, whatever. Anyway, Resurgence though is really good for maintaining a lot of your units and their ranks. And then Lead by Example is a great way where you're getting kills and you're getting morale for yourself and your friendly units and health. That is so good, bro. So good. And that's why I say it's either Paragon of Order. Typically you get this for your army, right? For your units. Or you go Paragon of, Chaos is okay, but I think that's like, there's so many other things you can get. I've already spoken to you about how you can easily get 100% crit chance. It's really not that hard, and typically you don't even need 100%. So Paragon of Chaos is just a waste as far as I'm concerned. You want to get Paragon of Astral. You want to get this or Order. And the extra range is nice. It's not really required, but it is nice for what it's worth. I typically build ranged units, so it makes it even nicer for me. But yeah, Arcane Surge, you are healing every time you use a spell. That's nice. You are getting strengthened. That's nice. You're getting, and by the way, it's only on this unit. Oh, wait. Dude, wouldn't it just be so busted if this applied to this would just be the best anyways. So your hero gets bolstered defense and all that. It's just the best. So this is the one I tell you, get the Paragon of Astral. It's the best one. Everything else really, it pales in comparison. And again, if you go damage, then lightning strikes, you're getting so much right there. And again, you're getting all that defense and resistance. And so if you want to be tankier, you could have gone bolstering evasion. There's just so much you can do to be really hard to kill, Now, if you want to be a little bit harder to kill, and let's say that your ranger is getting into melee, then you can go right here and you can get Slippery and Swift. You can do that. It is an option. Let's see. Yeah. So you could go down this path and you could grab that. By the way, I could just skip this right here, although I think it's actually better in the long run. And I could just go down here and grab this, but it's guaranteed more damage, but whatever. Extra range, by the way, it is nice. Even though I don't think it's really necessary, it is nice. It makes it to where you don't have to really run up on your enemy so close. So it's good for that. But, again, like, you can go with this and you can make it where you no longer trigger retaliation attacks. I don't think that's necessary, especially if you're super tanky. It's like, what does it matter for? But, it just makes it easier to survive if you want to go that way. Again, so which one do we want to go, right? Strengthen and healing? Or no, we don't need that. We have so many ways that we heal, so many ways that we strengthen. We don't need it. And that's with most heroes, I would tell you. By the way, this, everything I'm talking about largely works on most heroes. It just slightly depends whether they're ranged or melee. you know, whatever's good that we've been talking about, it's just good in general. So anyways, I think with this build, this is what we're going to do right here. And this is going to maximize our damage to the fullest, as well as our defensive capabilities. The only issue in this build here is my resistance, and there are a lot of ways that you can bolster your resistance, so that's not much of an issue. You can just build items that give you a bunch of resistance, and you are going to want to have a lot of resistance because magical damage is typically higher in its application than physical damage, but you do want to make sure you have a decent amount of physical resistance as well. So anyways, I think that's a great way that we just recuperated the utility of my ruler here, and that's how I would probably do it moving forward. Now, defender, I'm just gonna fast track this one. What are we doing here? You get a free taunt, which makes it so that a unit does nothing but chase after your defender, who's a tanky beast. Okay, and there's some things really good about the defender that we haven't addressed yet. All right, now of course here I got Arcane Surge, Blink, Phase Lock, Chaos Empowerment, that's coming up soon for my my dude here. And by the way, once you get what is it called, the Tome of the Flame Herald or whatever, this can be really good because Cleansing Flames is a great way to cleanse yourself without having a support unit. So the Chaos Empowerment has a lot of utility. It's really good for a lot of stuff. Anyway, so outside of that, you know, Stunning Bash is good, but I personally don't find it's worth it because there's so many other things that you could be speccing into. You could get this and make units around your defender tankier, but again, you're spending a lot of skill points to do this. If you have the skill points to spend, it's a good way to go. You don't really have to do these, but obviously get warded armor, if anything. But you know, I mean, this already gives you a whole bunch of added armor because what we do here, we are getting evasion, we're getting defense, we're getting adaptive armor, which is great. Then we're getting pure defense, which is great for dispelling negative status effects every turn. That's amazing. Then we can weaken through retaliation, which by the way pairs very well with taunt. You're forcing an enemy to attack you. You're going to be retaliating a lot. And if a bunch of enemies attack you, which they typically try to avoid defenders, let's be honest. But if they do, and sometimes they do, then this is really great to use. And this is great whether it's offensive or defensive. I mean, this is made to be defensive here, but you know what I mean. But here, Defensive Master, so good. You always end your turn in defense mode. It's just good, bro. It's so good. So you can always have these two if you spec into them, by the way, on your hero. But, you know, I would say don't really do that. I mean, I would say instead get Grace down here if you can. Some people say that Rallying Cry is good, but you have to waste a turn to get this. And, I mean, it is good, though. I'm going to be honest. So it's actually really good. So, and obviously I don't have enough skill points to grab this because I'm doing so many other things. I mean, I only have so many skill points up until level 20. So anyway, but then you want to go down here and you want to get resistance. That's great. Get more defense. I would say you would actually want to get greater defense. Yeah. That's actually what I'm going to get as my last skill point. But anyways, then you get Retaliator, which is great. Another retaliation attack. Then you get where when you retaliate, you regenerate. So that's just really good in general. I mean, you could do that, or it's just another way to get more regeneration, which is really powerful. Or you could do Strengthen just so that you become stronger. No. I'm sorry. No. You want regeneration. It's the best way to get regeneration in your build. It's super powerful. Yeah, no. I'm sorry. You want to do regeneration. Don't get the strengthen. You already have right here Arcane Surge. You don't have to waste any time with that. So anyways, then you get Tireless Retaliator so that if this guy, either enemy units avoid this guy or he's going to be fighting off so many biatches, bro. It's so good. And here's the thing. This gives him unlimited zone of control retaliation attacks as well. So you can place this guy in the middle of multiple enemies, and when they run away from him, they're all getting attacked unlimited times. It never drains out until, of course, they're not attacking him or running away from him, right? But he can do this many times over. So if you position him right, for one, you can get a bunch of regeneration. That's for one. A bunch of it. And again, this guy, you can make him super tanky. He's in defense mode. Again, you can make him run up into combat with phase lock. So there's just so many things you can do with this guy. There's so many ways to make him tankier. It's just really good. And Defender is great. It's seriously great. Ranger is okay, but obviously Ranger's like whatever. And then right here, I could show you these guys. So Mage, here's the thing with Mage. I don't think Fire's that good. I'm just going to say it right now. It is really powerful if you go Lightning Evocation and you go down the middle path and you grab this because it doubles your damage. And it's really good. Well, nearly doubles it. Then you go down here and you can get crit chance. Really good. And then of course there are signature skills that you can do with this guy. So, pick and choose. Obviously, you're going to do certain ones more than others for the mage. But, we've already addressed all this. I would say get channel power. Maybe. You don't really have a choice because you do want to get more resistance, right? You want to be tankier. But you definitely, I used to sleep on this, but you want to get displacement. This is powerful. This gives you evasion and defense mode. Oh, so good. So good. And actually, this is a way that maybe you don't have to go Adept of Astral with this, honestly. Or maybe you do, it's up to you, but you don't have to because you already have displacement. So anyways, Quick Phase is a great way of teleporting up and using your spells like this one here. Mass Curse is the best one to get. Do not get Frost. I don't think it's good at all. You want to get Mass Curse. You want to get this because you can also use Mass Decay with it, of course, and a 1 hex radius, and you can apply Weakened, you can apply Diseased, Decaying, Blind, Electrified, Burning. You can literally go down the middle, and you can grab all of these right here in the middle. And that's a great way to go with the mage. And that makes it so that anytime you use a lot of your spells, you are applying a ton of status effects. Now, again, those can be cleansed. That's why this guy's not so good late game. But early game, this is pretty good. And you can also get Disruption, which is really powerful. Now, it's a little bit optional because it's like, okay, do I want to disrupt an enemy or kill them, right? Well, you want to kill them. So I don't always get Disruption, but do not forget. And also, you can just go Tome of Disruption, by the way. And then all of your units in your army can easily apply this. So you don't have to do this, but it's typically good to get if you don't have other options. Outside of this, I would personally ignore this. And I would ignore getting the range, and I would go get Arcane Strength for sure. So, anyways, and sometimes I think that Sundering Evocation is really good, but this is the question you have to ask. Am I trying to do a lot of damage? Then you go Devastating Evocation, and typically that means you're going crit. If you're not going damage and you're going tanky, then you're going to want to use Sundering Evocation so that you're getting a lot of these extra status effects, right? So So it's up to you. You know, you can kind of choose, and definitely get quick phase. That's a great one. And I would definitely suggest getting resistance, even though, you know, that's kind of up in the air. You can get that later game. You don't have to get it early game. Early game's all about damage. Late game is about defense. So it's up to you, but this does give you more status resistance. So you resist getting mind controlled. You resist stuff like decaying and stuff like diseased, you know, by having a bunch of status resistance. So I would not overlook that at all. Definitely worth it for you. And that's pretty much all. Now I'm going to show you the warrior and the best way to level up that biatch. All right, so we are in our other playthrough here that, well, it's over now, but anyway, this is where I was doing a bunch of crazy warriors. And by the way, I will share with you what are some of the best things to do with your items as well. So I guess this is a comprehensive tier list / guide, I guess, to heroes if you want to make them really powerful. And I will share with you a couple of things about them. So here we have, wait, do I have Ritualist in here? I think I do. I hope I have Ritualist. By the way, the best tomes, I would say, with the, you do not want to go with the Order tome for the Eldritch Sovereign. Don't go Order, which is the one that has healing in it, because I don't think it's good at all. Honestly, your heroes are all about getting kills, not healing. I mean, seriously. I mean, you can use your spells for healing, you know? So anyway. Pestilence is okay. The Tome of Hexes is one of the best ones. But, you know, you can interchange that, you know. This guy, I think I was doing my crit chance build with this one. I forget. Maybe not. I don't remember. But you know, I went with one build. I did the Tome of Arcfire, which is the best one. I love this one. If you're going to select Arcfire or the Tome of Sorcery, go with Arcfire. It's better. I definitely believe it's better. Anyway, but you can get both of these, and they're both good. It's a wide application of damage. So again, Arcfire, Sorcery, and the Tome of Hexes and Curses. Those are the best three. So select amongst. But really, for me, it's Hexes and Arcfire. Those are my favorite. Then I might or might not do Pestilence and or grab Sorcery from time to time. But I typically don't, if I'm being honest with you. And the reason you don't get Pestilence is because one of the spells, it does very low damage. And it applies diseased. Well, you already have plague magic, so you don't need it. It makes no sense. Totally makes no sense. So anyways. Yeah, so we have the warrior here. And I don't think it was a good idea to go, this is the crit chance and kind of like damage route that you can go with him. It's not worth it. Again, bro, I've given you a better build of how to do this guy. Go Arcane Surge down here. Do not do Ancient of Earth or anything else. There's so many ways to get yourself strengthened. You don't need to waste a skill point here. The crit chance is nice, but there's other ways to get crit chance, so you don't have to focus it. It's not that important. Execute is not that good. This right here is not that good either. Okay, you heal a little bit, whatever. It's really not that good. Berserker's Rage, there's other ways. You can build that into an item. You don't really need it. And also, you're depending upon whether or not a unit is going to die. That is a fallacy within the build. Why am I trying to spec into something because I'm going to die with my unit? That is stupid. I might as well not have a warrior then. No, you want him to be able to survive. Anyway. Greater Vigor. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Then I went down here. Warseeker, which... I mean, you can go this, and actually, it's probably the better one to go, because this one here, Vicious Killer, you can get that in a ring, but, you know, you might not have it in a ring, so you could do that. This right here, yeah, okay, I'm killing enemy units. Because of that, I'm applying weakened and remorse. I mean, I get it because like you're trying to lower morale overall. I get it, I do, and it makes enemies weaker, so it enfeebles everyone surrounding the unit that dies. But I mean, at that point, just do more damage and have more health, right? Be harder to kill, have more health that you can heal, and do more damage so that then your killing momentum is always proccing every time you fight. And it's better instead. So let me just run down it with you, okay? Avoid this path. Don't do it. It's stupid. Go down here. Get Knight. Get Second Wind. Get Prepared Charge. Do this. It's up to you. Do you want the enemy to be weaker or distracted? Well, I would say there's so many ways to make yourself tanky. You don't need to have weaken, honestly, because you're also ending in defense mode after a charge attack. So you don't need to do this. Get distracted. That's better. That's way better. Only with certain builds, you don't want to have distracted, and it's very few of them. Very few. And then get taunted, and that's actually really good to get as well. And then you could actually also get the retaliation attack. It's up to you if you want to do that. But of course, it helps you when you're taunting an enemy and they're attacking you. But the taunt, by the way, this avoids the enemy using anything but their attacks on you. Their base attacks, which, you know, maybe could get you nuked. You know, it's kind of up in the air, but you want to make this guy relatively tanky, right? It's really up in the air on that one. But it's not too hard to make this guy tanky, so anyway, there's that. I would say definitely get taunted. Sweeping charge is not worth it. Do not waste the skill point. You definitely get greater defense, makes you harder to kill. You know, and you do want to get cleaving sweep. This is really good damage. In a group, it applies your status effects really good, and it also scales with your right here off of the damage on your weapon. Okay, so you can make this really powerful. The cleaving sweep, it's really powerful. I like it, so I always get it. Now, do you want to do more damage or do you want to have more health? That's kind of up in the air. I'm going to be honest with you. Going down this path, you're already going to get yourself plus 50 health. So if we're being honest, okay, let's say we have 20 skill points to spend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, there you go. 9. Maybe. 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 I don't know about that, actually. This is what I'm... Okay. I think this is actually going to be the best way to go about it, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we can do... Is there one of these guys I can reset, by the way? Actually, let's check on that. Because I would actually just like to... I don't think I do. I think I don't have... Oh. Sweet. We can do this here. Okay, let's do that. So let me show you here. Right? So this is the way that I would suggest doing it. And by the way, it didn't matter that much, but I wanted to be able to go through the tree and justify a few things here. So I think going damage is the best way to go because that guarantees all the health that you're getting from this War Seeker, right? Wait, until the end of combat, yeah, and it's every time he kills. So you want to have more damage. But then look at this, right? So I skipped the health up here. But then I grab this health down here. And that's what I'm thinking. Unyielding is great. Dispels a negative status effect. Like, dude, that's so good. Vicious Killer, no. No. See, you want to be getting kills. Nothing else matters. With your hero. Killing momentum right there. Boom. That already is so good. And I think you do want to do Taunted. By the way, I do think you want to do it. I don't know if... I mean, if you're doing damage though, but no, you want that for early game. Yeah, because this is all about throughout the game. So anyways, you want to get this so that you have Condemning Strikes, okay? That makes it easier to apply Taunted and whatnot. Then you want to go get... Do we have a good way of grab... Oh, what? Gay. You know what? Let's actually do this a little bit safe so far. So you do want to get Second Wind. That's a great way to heal every time you get a kill. And also maneuverability too. I'm going to say you want to go damage. And then you're going to want to keep on going damage, I would say. See, it's really tempting what it is that you can do here. Oh man, it's up in the air. But you know what? Let's just leave an open door for greater defense. So we're going to go with... hold up. Let's just go damage. All right, so that leaves us with 8. And I'm trying to think about this. Like, what's the best way that you're going to get your warrior to be like the right amount of tanky and also utility? We're definitely going up here and we're grabbing... Oh, we can't get it yet? Okay, well. Then what are we going to grab here? You know, if you can actually lifesteal... Oh, we are going to do Chaos Empowerment, of course. That's good. Let's get that. Now, here's the thing. What are you going to grab? You know, with this guy, you do not need to teleport with him. Draining Burst, you don't really want to depend on that. So, getting Adaptive Vigor, you might... Oh, no. Wait. I'm trying to think about that, actually. Let's see. So we have 7 points left. We got a lot of good stuff. We could just get 2 Grace right here. And that gives us 20 health a turn. And that's pretty good right there. You know? I mean, we could literally need nothing else. So maybe you don't need to go regeneration for this guy. It's kind of up in the air. Low key, I want to get Committed Charge. Oh wait, does it lock off? Oh, it does lock off. So you have to choose. Well then, yeah, Taunted. Get Taunted. No. And then I would say, just looking at this, man, it's so tough because, okay, you have 2 options that you can go for. Adaptive Vigor to give yourself mega healing. I mean, you're going to be getting a lot of health, right? So you're going to want to have a lot of ways to heal. Now, by the way, you can build it into an item, but if you can outsource that item to other things outside of regeneration, you're going to want to do that. And I would say you want to get as much ignore status effect, or no, ignore status resistance as possible on your chest piece. So here's the thing, either get yourself adaptive vigor, or you can get yourself bolstering evasion. And I would actually maybe say get bolstering evasion because you have so many ways that you are already healing in this build, okay? You're killing units. Watch this. So we're going to grab this. And this is interesting to get, by the way, because it gives you negative status resistance. But again, there's so many ways to apply it. Just skip it. So evasion is another way to just become even harder to kill, which means you need to heal a lot less. And here's the thing. You have second wind. You're getting kills. This refreshes after every kill. You're going to be healing a lot. Okay. Through that. And then, I mean, you can heal off of this, I'm pretty sure, twice. So anyways, it's like in one turn. So it's really good. Anyway. And then I would tell you, obviously we're going to go down here and you're going to be healing a lot through either Paragon of Order, 15 health. Okay, that's already great. Or you can go Arcane Surge. Either one is good, you know. Honestly, Paragon of Order, you will be healing a little bit more with the Warrior. Because, right? I mean, just look at that. You can heal 30 hit points because you're getting 2 kills with the Warrior. So it's up to you, man. Again, you know, this gives you bolstered defense and resistance, and you're getting strengthened. And I would say do that. And you're also healing 10 hit points. So I would say this is better. So you have bolstering evasion. You have Arcane Surge. Then, let's be honest. And you do want to go extra damage, right? It makes the whole build move a lot better. But let's be honest about this. Do you need this health right here? And the answer is no. Instead, go down here, grab yourself the defense and the evasion, and then here's the final thing. And let me check everything off and make sure that there's nothing that we're... Ooh, that's actually not too bad right there. That's actually pretty good right there. That can guarantee you're distracted. That can guarantee taunted. Oh, no. It guarantees taunted already. So, I mean, if you have something else that you're trying to apply, it can really help out. So, listen, this is kind of a flex slot right here. So you can kind of select whatever it is you want. Debilitating Aura, that's pretty good. And I would actually maybe suggest that. That is seriously good. Definitely skip Resistance Sundering. Immobilizing a unit, that could be good because that could lock down. That could lock down a ranged unit. They can't run away from you. So, I mean, listen, man, you can do so many things here. You could get more health. I'm trying to think about it. There's nothing up here that you really want to get. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, no, you don't need it. But here's what I will say. And then this right here, it inflicts damage adjacent to the target. That's kind of weird because it's like, well, isn't that technically more damage? If it gave you more damage at base, I would pick that up for sure. Because then you're just, yeah, that's really good. But hold on, I want to check if that's giving you more damage at base. Is that giving us more damage? The charge attack now inflicts. So wait, if it makes it group damage and it applies everything else. See, I don't know how this works. If it applies all the rest of my damage, then that's super good. If it doesn't, then it's not really that good. Really depends, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Right? Having every imaginable way to heal is such a big deal. By the way, off of Grace, you can heal. If a unit has a hard time doing damage to you, you can heal off of this. So I would tell you, go with Grace. It's so powerful. It's so good. Inbuilt within the build. So that's already, so you can heal every turn for 20 health. Then you've got Arcane Surge. Then you've got Second Wind. You have so many ways to heal in this. Honestly, I mean, you're going to be doing really well. So this is it. Yeah, I mean, that's my warrior build for you right there. I think that is the maximal way that you can build them. I don't know if this is, I think this is pretty good right here. So I think keep it. Obviously, you're not going to be critting all the time, so that does hurt you a little bit. You want to do everything that you can to make sure that they do crit a lot. Now, okay. I shared all that. That's pretty much the way that you want to build everybody. I don't know if I have a ritualist in here. Let's see. I don't think I do. Oh, I do. So I used to do Undergrowth or the Wild Growth, and it's really cool. It helps you get a lot of healing onto a bunch of units. It gives them Obscured, which is super good with the Tome of the Fey Guile, or the Fey Mist, whatever. And you also can get Bolstered Defense. Not a lot of ways to get that. Pretty good. And then you can make it where it has no cooldown, and you can use it with only one action point. Now the issue is that you cannot move to use this. It leaves you with an action point, but you cannot move if you want to use this. So that what the AI ends up doing is they just spam this, and the longer a battle goes, the ritualist will not follow your army. So in fact, what you actually want to get, you either want to get this, which is pretty good. No cooldown, it leaves you with an action point, and you can move around. It's a great way to dispel your the negative status effects on your units. It's a great way to just get a bunch of things. You can go with this if you want, and then get reclaiming attacks because you're leaving, right? Now you can attack every turn, and that means you can heal by attacking. Another thing is that you could actually choose to go down instead. And this is only to be used every 3 turns, so keep that in mind. You know, this is every 2 turns. This is every 3. But you could go down this route where you're healing more. You're applying Strengthened, and it has more range, your restoration, and bigger than anything, you can resurrect a dead unit. In this right here, you know, you can go either way. It's really up to you what you're looking for. I would completely avoid the Wild Growth. If you could run around and use this, then the Wild Growth is an absolute must build, but because it doesn't work that way, do not build it whatsoever. Do not allow your hero to have this. The AI will just screw up. And then go down here. You can grab this if you want. I actually don't think it's the best thing on the planet. Some people like it. Honestly, I think you can skip it. But, you know, if it's there and you can pick it up, might as well pick it up. So I did personally in this playthrough, and then get this for sure. Get this. This is really good stuff. All this resistance. And then outside of that, you want to get Raise Undead. It's a great way if you I believe you can use this on an enemy corpse, but I do not remember. I think you're able to because it's Raise Undead. So I hope you're able to. But anyways, that doesn't matter. Get the Wyvern Keeper. The Wyvern is so powerful. It is actually a good unit. It's a free unit. Free. And it does good damage. It comes with your unit enchantments. Enough said. Okay? It's a good unit all around. Pretty powerful. Then you can get Infested Summons, which is pretty nice. It's just another way to guarantee a little bit more damage. And then you can also get Dark Ritual, which is another way of just putting more friendly units onto the map, and they will be bullet sponges for you. And then I did go conjure the Dome of Protection, and that did work out pretty all right. You don't have to do it, and honestly, maybe don't do it, but it's up to you. You can really just choose, but that's the way I would build the Ritualist. Outside of that, oh, and I did forget to mention with the Defender, you could go down the left path, but it's very expensive when it comes down to skill points, but you can get Pushing Attack, which you can get Consolidating Push, which heals you, or you can get Aggressive Push, which just does damage. So I don't really suggest it. It's not really that powerful, but you know, it is there. I mean, really, the way that I previously told you to build, do that instead. And if you have the available skill points, try to get Rallying Cry as your final pickup. This is really good, relatively speaking. It's just that in the end, you know, it's really expensive to get down to. So it's up to you though, however it is that you get down there. So, and that is it. Now let's just quickly talk about items here. Your hero with items, and by the way, it's kind of funny, right? This is kind of a tier list, but now it's also a guide. Whatever. I mean, you know, so that's why Defenders are good. That's why Warriors are the best. I'm sorry. Both Defender and Warrior are good. They're the best. Then it's Ranger. Clearly, Ranger's pretty much after them. Mage falls off late game, so I would actually say the Mage is beneath the Ranger, although Mages are fun to use. And then the Ritualist is... I really don't think it's that good, if I'm being honest with you. It's really bad. So that's that. And again, dragons, bro. Dragons are freaking powerful. And I do really enjoy the Eldritch Sovereign. Both of those I think are S tier. You definitely want at least one of them in your army if you can manage it. And yeah. And that's about it. So anyways, we have the weapons that I build whenever I play, okay? And I'm gonna share with you, you know, I used to build Slip Away on my rings, and I'm realizing that was a mistake, because why are you trying to build your hero as if they're going to die? Why are you going to do that? Build them like they're going to survive and live. That's how you want to play. And again, if you don't have a way of getting regeneration on your hero, you gotta find a way. So Adaptive Vigor, really good for that. But again, as long as you have vectors of healing, like really good healing, then you don't have to get Adaptive Vigor and instead get that Bolstering Evasion instead. It's up to you. So anyways, what is the best type of, you know, weapon to exactly build on your hero? Now, here's the thing I will tell you. I'm trying to right now test out the fist weapons. I don't know how good they are. And I'm also trying to test out sword and shields. I don't think that's good, but like depending on the mount that you select at the beginning of the game, maybe you want to use sword and shield, but most of the time you don't really. But you could because you are taunting enemies. And if you have reflect damage on your shields, that can be really good. So it's up to you. But here's the thing. Most people say, and I agree, you want to get the polearm because it just comes with so much that's good. Extra damage to giant units, extra damage to cavalry. It's just really good. It does good damage overall. So Defender, I would say you want to build on Defender. You want to build the polearm. On the Warrior, clearly you want to do a two-hander, obviously. Ranger, again, you want to build the mage lock weapons. On your mages, I usually like to build the staves, personally. You can do a magical orb if you want on your mage. It's up to you. And then the ritualist, same thing, okay? You can go either way. I prefer the staves, but, you know, it really just depends on whether or not you want to use a mount. with your hero, then you will be using a magical orb. So anyway, outside of that, and by the way, maybe fist weapons are good, but I kind of doubt it if I'm being real with you. I think that you want to be using a polearm. So anyways, here's the best way that you want to go. True damage. Get the Void Stones in the Umbral Abyss. I forget how many you need. I think it's only 2 or it's 3. Either way, get those Void Stones and build true damage on your weapon. This basically, right, reduces your damage by 35%, but you ignore all of the other resistances and defenses, okay? So basically, this is good on units beyond, units at or beyond, as I remember, 4 defense or 4 resistance, okay? Which is a lot of units. So when your enemy inevitably becomes rather tanky, you want to have this and you will be nuking enemies pretty easily, okay? And then here's the thing, okay? You can either go crit chance. That's typically a good way to go. Secure that crit chance if you can't do it otherwise. That is a last ditch effort, is to build crit chance on your weapon, okay? Typically you want to avoid it. You can build crit chance in so many other ways. Anyway. But outside of that, you also want to get Consume Chaos. You can heal with this. It has lifesteal. And it applies 12 random elemental damage. Super good. Build it. It's very cheap to build. And it just completes your entire weapon. And typically, you want to build either spirit or electrical damage. I typically do lightning damage. It's up to you. Okay? Now, whenever you build a mask, I would typically say you want to go on most heroes, except for mages, you know, whichever you have a deficit in, which typically physical heroes, they have a deficit in resistance, and then your mages and ritualists, they're going to have a deficit in defense, so you want to make up for that. Outside of that, though, you want to build into it. You want to build resistance, because typically you have a lot of status resistance anyways. You don't need to build anymore. And once you get this high, I mean, adding any more status resistance is literally just adding another percentage. So you want to build some kind of defense, all right? So build resistance. Then you want to go in and get Star Blades. It's another way to give yourself more damage. Really good. It helps you glass enemies down. Okay. Then, you know, I used to get bolstering regeneration on the chest piece. You can do that and it's still viable. And then, by the way, after that, you have one more point, and I put that into ignore status resistance. I wonder if I have that anywhere, by the way. Okay, no, I don't. I don't believe I do. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, whatever. Well, anyways, here's how I usually do it now on my heroes, okay? On my mages, I typically do ignore status resistance, both the 1 and the 2 points, and then I get the magic damage buff, okay? So I make sure that they can go through a lot of status resistance, but they also have a lot of magic damage, okay? Then, on my physicals, I always either... On a ranger, you don't have to do this because we already proven that you don't have to get regeneration for your ranger. It's not necessary. By the way, do get the breastplate of the champion in your empire skill tree if you can. That's also really good to put on a warrior or a defender, either one. Anyway. But what you want to do is, if you somehow lack regeneration, then grab it, but typically you don't. We've already proven that there's a lot of ways that you can get regeneration on everybody, so you don't have to do it. It used to be a problem, actually, and so I used to do it all the time, is get bolstering regeneration, but now, instead, here's the thing. The hardest thing to get is bolstered defense. Bolstered defense happens to actually be the most difficult. So, sorry, I had to get up for a second. Anyway. So what I do now on my physicals is I actually get them bolstering defense, because there's very few ways to actually get bolstered defense unless you are the Industrious Culture or unless you have Arcane Surge. If you do have Arcane Surge, by the way, honestly, then skip this. You don't need it. And at that point, I would just build, if you lack defense, oh, no. This is typically for defenders or warriors. So typically just add in status resistance if you need it, or add in the resistance for your magical damage. And that's really all you have to do. If you somehow do you know, however it is, you somehow do lack, let's say you go Paragon of Order, right? Okay, then just grab bolstering defense then. And then, because you always have a way that you can bolster resistance in the game. There's a lot of options for that, but you don't have so many options for bolstering your defense. So you actually want to go into bolster defense. But if you do find yourself, okay, because like one of the things is that if you're using if you're using any amount of support units, I'm trying to think of anything else. There's some other ways to do it, but okay. Anyway, again, you typically lack bolstering defense. If you have a support unit, you typically have bolster resistance somewhere in the army. But let's just say that you somehow lack it, okay? Then you would want to get bolster resistance. Whatever it is you need the most, and whatever your build is kind of shaping out to be. But, you know, here's the thing. You also have on this guy right here, adaptive armor. Now, on your warrior, you're not going to have adaptive armor. So, you know, keep it in mind. But adaptive armor already gives to you status protection and bolstered resistance. So again, there's not a lot of ways on most of your heroes, on most of your units, to get yourself bolstered defense. So typically, it seems pretty, oh my god, you piece of filth, you piece of filth. So typically, it's just the best idea that you put bolstered resistance on your chest plate. Anyway, by the way, on your warrior, you want to get Crypt Blade. It just gives you a free kill and a free zombie. It's really good, and it stacks with a lot of your damage. So, and then I used to build rings like this. I used to get Vicious Killer, Slip Away, and Flanker. Okay? Flanker? Hardly knew her. Now here's the thing about it. I have come around on it, and I don't know if you can stack Wind Shield and Wind Barrier. Because if you can, you might want to do that. You know, it's really up in the air because, if you have bolstering evasion, you don't really need it then. So, anyways, the way I've been doing it now with my builds, I'm now doing Wind Shield, Vicious Killer, and Flanker, okay? You know, and that, you either do that, it's not, it helps you, but it's not required. You can also, instead, you could also do status invulnerability. You could also do that. The status effects immunity is what it's called, and it will cost you the entire ring. Now, I would actually suggest don't do that because there's so many ways to get status resistance in this game that building a ring around status immunity is really not worth it. So I would say get Wind Shield, get Flanker, and get Vicious Killer on your ring. That's the best way to get a good union of survivability, damage, whatnot, okay? And then I typically, you know, getting casting points on your what are these called? Relics or whatever? Anyways, getting casting points is pretty nice. Always get Siege Master. You want to get unit upkeep as well, but also you can get Berserker's Rage. That's a good one. You can get yourself, let me see if I have it anywhere else here. You can get yourself Berserker's Rage. That's always a good one. You know, again, you're not trying to get yourself killed, so you can skip it, if I'm being honest. You don't always have to do that at all. If you build everything correctly, you're not going to need it. That's just a simple truth. Maybe in certain scenarios, you're going to need it, but like, again, you build everything the right way, you're never going to need Berserker's Rage. It's up to you. Unit upkeep is a good one. Again, combat casting points, that's a huge one. You do want to get that, by the way. I used to not get it, like, ever, but now I'm making that change because you do want to get as many casting points as possible so that you can just use a bunch of high expensive spells. Outside of that, I would really say that nothing else is really that important in the relics. It's really up to you. Just get anything that really adds more utility to your heroes. I'm forgetting if there's anything else because they did add a few things, but just get anything that's like, okay, maybe my hero needs that, right? Like if there's nothing that you can think of, again, the order it goes in, you want to get your weapon first. Then you want to get your helmet next. You want to get that Star Blades, okay? And a little bit of that survivability into your item. With the 2 resistance or, 1 defense, 1 resistance, whatever. You want to do that. And then you want to go into your ring because, right, you can get a little bit more damage, a little bit more survivability, that whole thing. Then you either want to build into your chest piece. It's really up to you if it's really necessary. And again, you either build up a bunch of defense in your chest piece or you do bolstering resistance or, well, actually, you could do both. Bolstering, I think, because I think it either, okay, if bolstering resistance costs you, I forget, I think it costs you only 2 points. So you could actually possibly do bolstering resistance and defense. You could do both. It's up to you whether or not it's needed. Typically, you're going to want to do bolstering defense. If you don't have a good way of getting bolstering defense, there's a bunch of ways to get bolstering resistance. So anyway, so it's the torso is typically the last in line because you also want to get Siege Breaker with unit upkeep reduction or combat casting points or Berserker's Rage or something else that's really useful. Whatever it is, you typically want to get at least one of those relics on your hero before you move on to the torso. But honestly, it's either the relic or the torso, depending on what you find that you need. If your hero is dying like a lot right now in your playthrough, then you can go with the torso. Now, if you do not have anything that is getting in the way of you equipping shoes, then you're definitely going to want to build on your hero shoes. And I would actually say it goes weapon. Again, if you canceled it out, then it doesn't matter. But here, this is how it goes. Weapon, for me, this is how it goes. Let's just say that. And you can make up your mind on the chest piece and the relic. Okay. This is usually how I do it. I usually do weapon, helmet, ring, then I do the chest piece, even though I do think I should not be doing that. I actually think I should be doing relic first. For whatever reason, I have a problem, and I just, for some reason, I want to do the chest piece, which, I mean, if it is actually increasing the survivability of your hero, then you do want to do that next, okay? So it's really up in the air, If you need it, then do the torso next, okay? That's really what it comes down to. That's why I always do it, is because to me it seems like I need it, so whatever. Anyways, but first you want to do these 3, and before you do the torso, if you have it available to do the shoes, you want to get yourself very fast movement on your shoes. You want to do it so that you have 48 movement points, so that your hero in combat and on the world, you can just move around anywhere you want to go. And it's super easy. It's not very difficult to just move around when you have 48 movement points, So you want to get that 48 movement points unless you have a mount. So it's up to you how you want to do it. And then, by the way, it's up to you what else you want to select. Do you want to get more defense? Do you want to get more resistance? Or you could even get slip away. And it is cheaper to get slip away on your boots than it is on a ring, okay? It's 2 points on ring, 1 point on boots. It's up to you. You can make up your mind on that. But again, remember, there's diminishing returns on really high resistance. Again, on resistance, you typically want to get either 2 or 3 more resistance than you have defense, because you have all these extra status resistances, like lightning, for instance, that's going to be lower than everything else. So you want to make sure that you get extra points into resistance, because it's easier to counter your resistance and really hurt you, especially on lightning, than it is on but it could be anything based on your build, okay? You just want to make sure that you have more resistance, because based on whether they're hitting you with condemned, they're hitting you with something that makes your frost weaker, your shock weaker, your blight weaker, you always want to have a way to counterbalance your resistance getting hit in some way and making you weaker to fire damage or whatever it is, okay? You want to make sure that you get in the way of that. Defense is usually not too much of a problem. Obviously, you want to have high defense, but bro, once you're up to like 12, the bolstered defense gets you up to 17. This is a really good baseline, okay? Because that's what we're looking at. It's a baseline. So if you can have a baseline of 12 defense and 14 resistance, or like 13 even, or if you can get up to 15, that's good too. But I mean, I would just say 12 defense and 14 resistance. That's typically pretty good. Going any further, right? That's pretty much overkill, and that's pretty much what you want to do. You want to aim for those kind of numbers, because getting up to 12 gives you 72% reduction on defense, and that's super good. And after that, it's a ton of diminishing returns. But again, you can get bolstered defense and go up to 17 from here. So anyways, the sky's the limit on that one. So, and then for some reason you can't craft a mount, even though I'm sure they want you to be able to in a future update, I'm sure. So anyway, that is it. That is the tier list on unit types, hero types, hero type, and then also your class type, and then also your weapons and your skills and your signature skills. That's everything. That is absolutely everything, all right? And now you have a very good idea as to what works. And really, if they make any changes, that's how you're going to want to move around it, right? How do I get bolstered defense? How do I get bolstered resistance? How do I get regeneration? You always want to have health. That's the biggest thing. But once you have a way to get health, any kind of healing, wherever it comes from, once you have a dependable source of it, that like no matter what your build is, you're always going to heal a bunch of health. Then what you want to have is a bunch of defense so that it's really hard to kill you. And then, you know what? Okay, I'm going to say this though. Clearly, having a form of healing is not going to matter much if an enemy applies decaying to you, okay? So if you ever get decaying on your hero, they're dead pretty much. You gotta have a way to dispel that. So I will say this. It might actually help you more that you are completely immune to status effects. So in that sense, I would actually say maybe, honestly, dude, just go get the status immunity on your ring instead of going with Flanker, Vicious Killer, and what's the other one? And Wind Shields, right? Because if you can be decayed, if you can be distracted, if anyone can apply any number of status effects to your hero, now again, it's not, with this build for me, it's not an issue because I have Gloom Strider, and I have a ton of other ways to really reduce that threat. and I have a ton of status resistance, it's typically not an issue. But if your build happens to have issues with status resistance for whatever reason, or dispelling status resistance, then you want to make sure that your hero, it has that status immunity ring. You want to make sure, because otherwise everything I talked about is going to really hurt you, right? Because here's the other thing. Status immunity makes it so that you cannot have sundering defense, sundering resistance. None of these things can affect you. And by the way, some of these things are guaranteed onto you by certain abilities, as I remember. So honestly, you might actually be best off in a lot of scenarios. It's not always you can survive very fine with high status resistance and also the kind of builds that I showed you here. But there's a lot of scenarios where your hero, they can still get a bunch of status effects applied to them. So getting a status immunity ring, I mean, that's a big deal. So you might actually want to get that like most of the time. But again, if you do something like Gloomstrider, then don't even bother. If you get Naga, then you probably do. If you get something like Demonkin, you probably want to have status immunity. If you get something like Angel Eyes, honestly, I would just completely skip the status immunity because that's all that really matters. Because if you're getting Angel Eyes and you're blocking off domination or mind control, I don't know, it just seems like it's doing enough for you on that front. That's kind of overkill, even if you're trying to avoid decaying or anything else. I mean, okay, avoiding, well, you don't need to really avoid disruption as a hero, so it's up to you, bro. But actually, I think that status effect immunity is a pretty big deal. But okay, again, based on your build, you're gonna either go the damage utility ring or you're gonna go status effect immunity. And that's kind of my stipulator there. So there's a lot of ways to move around that. And depending on what they change in the future, that's what matters. Just pay attention to like what's in the game. Again, how do you ensure that you are difficult to kill, difficult to hit? You typically never want to grab anything, no matter what, unless they give us in a future update a way to kill yourself and then somehow you become stronger. You do not want to do it, okay? You want to do everything in your power to make sure that your hero will never die, okay? And I'm going to say this right now. Just pay attention to your combats. So just look at your combats. If you're noticing that your hero, whether they're a defender, a warrior, whatever they are, no matter what they are, if you notice that they're dealing with a lot of insanity issues or there's just a lot of bad status effects that are applied to them and it's hurting you in combat with your hero, which, with certain builds, it's never an issue, like with this one. But, if it ever happens to be a problem for you, then definitely get those different items based upon what it is you're dealing with, right? That's typically how you want to go about it. So just pay attention to your combats. If you notice that your heroes are low on health a lot of the time, then you got to figure out a way, as I spoke about, to get more healing. If your heroes are getting damaged a lot, you might want to buff up their defense through the ways I spoke about. Or if they're getting hit by a lot of ranged attacks, then get them that bolstering evasion through the signature skills, right? And another thing that you can do is if you're noticing they're not doing enough damage, right? You want to get them more crit chance. You want to get them more status effect damage types. You want to get them true damage on a weapon. You just got to think about, how do I go through a huge amount of defense resistance? How do I apply a bunch of damage? How do I get crit chance going? How do I execute an enemy? Because by the way, status effects, ultimately they suck. If I'm going to be honest with you, status effects suck. And the reason why is because you can cleanse status effects very easily with a lot of support units or support skills. And even furthermore than this, is the Cleansing Rain, which is in the Tome of Prosperity, which is one of the best tomes in the game. And if they do nerf this, then status effects are going to be a bigger issue. And then you can start looking at, oh, well, then maybe I should build bleeding, or I should build poison or burning, or all these different things. You can start looking into that. I don't like to do that because it's like, okay, then how many turns do I have to wait until an enemy dies, right? How many turns do I have to wait? And like, that's the biggest issue, is that you don't want to wait. You want to make sure that an enemy is dead right now and there's no wait. But outside of that, you can get Cleansing Rain, right? And Cleansing Rain allows you on any of your support units. Again, there's a bunch of support units. They can cleanse a lot on their own. And you can also get stuff like Distribute Tonic. That's a way to cleanse. So you just gotta, you gotta think about it. Oh yeah. So anyways, but yeah, this guy, he has a lot of ways to remove negative status effects. So Cleansing Rain, though, is the biggest issue for anyone that's trying to run a status effect build. So you typically, and again, your army, if you build them the right way, they're going to be applying bleeding and burning and electrified and all kinds of things on their own. You don't have to do anything yourself. So again, your heroes, really, it's always about the damage. Anything that gives them just more stats is the best way to go. Anything else is actually hurting your unit. And that is the end of it. So I thank you for being here on this video. I think that's it. I think that's the comprehensive rundown. That's everything that you can really expect to see. Again, there's a bunch of ways to just really make your units good in this game. And of course, I've done a bunch of experimentation, and I've seen what is absolutely awful and does not work. And I've seen what just, you're just creaming the freaking battlefields, right? And the worst thing on the planet is to see your freaking heroes die. The second they die, the build does not matter anymore. So if you do everything in your power to keep them alive, then they have a really good build, right? And that's why I talk about, you want to get all that, bolster evasion, bolster whatever else. Whatever it is that you can do to really maximize survivability on a hero, they will just always be important all throughout a combat. You want it to be a last ditch effort that they ever die, right? So that is the end of it. And you should have a definitely easier time. And I'm pretty sure I don't need to do another video on this. This is so comprehensive. Anyways, on to the next one. So they came out with an update on the game. They did quite a few things. They added, and we're going to be seeing this in the next playthrough, so we're not going to be able to see it now, but they made some really fundamental changes to the game, and specifically they made mythic units stronger, which is good. They needed it. So the tier 4s and 5s are going to be better. The Umbral Mistress got nerfed, which was obviously, that was just an insane unit. Now that unit is not as overpowered as it used to be. It didn't get too nerfed, but it's just not, it's not exactly where it always was. So outside of that, they nerfed the, I believe only for heroes, the Mage Lock pistol, or no, Mage Lock in general, I believe, even the rifle. They nerfed it. Yep, there it is. So they reduced the damage and they added 1 turn cooldown to it. 1 turn cooldown. Because it's too powerful, right? So they had to do something about it. So they just basically made it to where now it's terrible to use. You might as well use something else. They added some new classes, by the way. They changed how weapons work. I think now your weapon is separate from your class. And I don't know if that's true. It doesn't look like it is, but it would be nice if I could actually use certain weapon types again, but I don't know. They nerfed Defender and they nerfed Warrior quite a bit. They also nerfed how you could refresh Channeling Ritual and Command. So, bro, I was literally making a hero tier list, and now I have to add some kind of weird disclaimer to the video because they made some fundamental changes. And I was talking about some of these things. Like I was talking about how with Killshot, you can use this to get your command ability and or your channeling ritual ability every turn. Well, now you can't, right? So they also changed Scattershot, so now it's a one action point ability. They reduced the range of it, but of course now it's a little bit better to use. They switched some of this stuff here, which definitely needed to happen a little bit. They severely nerfed quite a few things. They didn't really nerf any of the signature skills. They nerfed heroes, so heroes have less health now, and they also have less resistance and defense. So you're gonna have to really try to make them tanky on your own, you know. So yeah, they hit him a little bit with that. It kind of sucks. They changed Tireless Retaliator, so now I just need to do this for the video. Or maybe I'm doing it now, who knows? So maybe I just throw this in. I mean, honestly, I might just throw, yeah, you know what? We're throwing this into the video because, I mean, I'm doing it here. So anyways, Tireless Retaliator. Now, it only works when you are in defense mode, which, by the way, you know, you can be taken out of defense mode. So that severely limits the utility of the Defender. On top of this, we still have Defensive Master, which is good. But, you know, we lost a few things. A few things got nerfed pretty heavily. Right here, I think this used to give you 2 grace. Now it's only 1, and they reduced the amount of grace stacks you can have from 5 down to 3. So they did quite a few things to really hurt a lot of these guys. There was a Dispel for the Warrior. The Warrior has a Dispel skill called Unyielding, and they nerfed it a little bit. They also nerfed the displacement. So now it only works when you are being melee attacked, which is pretty rough. So it's not as good as it used to be. Displacement, it's kind of sad. And they also changed something here. They made it to where Magecraft now gives you damage, and Arcane Strength also gives you extra damage now instead of accuracy. They also reduced the critical hit chance for maximized magic, which I don't actually believe that was necessary, but you know, they, for whatever reason, they did that. So they wanted the base damage to go up on mages, but they also wanted crit chance to go down, so whatever. So that's what happened to those guys. Dragon Lords, they got a little bit nerfed, not too heavily. Now, as I understand it, this is what they said, and I have yet to experience it myself. But apparently, they made slight changes to the Cult of Personality. Now there's a greater debuff for your units if they don't have a hero leading the army. So there's just that small thing that they did to it. Now it's -20 morale instead of -10. They also changed something else about it, but you can still get skill points through it, which is nice. But now they made it to where I think you get a skill point with your signature skill. So whenever you get one of these signature skills, now they're going to be giving you a skill point with that, which was needed. You know, it's like we didn't have enough skill points, so I'm glad that they gave us a little bit extra through that method. And I can't show you the warrior. Maybe I'll have to do something to show it to you, but it looks like they didn't really hurt anything else too much, which is nice, but you know, it does suck what they did. So now, honestly, I was saying this in the video, like you want to get bolstered evasion, but now maybe get regeneration now, because I don't know. I mean, it's like, it's one or the other, whichever one seems more important. And by the way, they also reduced how much strengthen you're getting out of this. You still get regeneration out of it at least. But now the defender, I don't know how they're going to get reliable regeneration stacks, honestly, because if they get canceled out of their defense mode, which, you know, from time to time it happens, it's not all the time, but it can happen. So there's a problem with that. They also improved the AI, so that's nice. But again, look at this. Oh, cooldown cannot be, okay, so the cooldowns cannot be reset. So that's what they did. Okay, so I misread that from the patch notes. So it's just that the cooldowns cannot be reset. I thought that meant that it was only once per battle, which would have been, whoa, that would have hurt. But, you know, that's still rough. So it just makes this trash. Honestly, just do the Dragon Lord. Now the issue is they nerfed the Dragon Lord, and now that everyone's going to be using the Dragon Lord a lot more often, you know, they're going to nerf those guys even more. That's definitely coming. So, as far as I understand. So, anyways, they made a few changes. They're not too bad. It's just that now you're a little bit squishier as a hero in general. And here, I'm going to show you Tifa for 2 seconds. Let me go into my other playthrough where I have... And again, I mentioned that Mage Lock got massively nerfed. Now, again, it was for the heroes, not for your units, which is nice. They also made some other changes outside of that, but for your heroes, I believe. But anyways, they added some new weapons. So now we have the sword and dagger. That's cool. Now we have a sword and fishnet. That's cool. And now we have a javelin. So those are new skirmisher weapons, which is really nice that they added that. And they did, by the way, they reduced the damage on the sword and crossbow. I think just to balance it, now that everyone's going to rush over from the, what was it? They're going to rush over from the sword and pistol over to the crossbow, right? Well, now they made sure that you're not going to exactly do that. So, you know, you can make a choice. I believe that now the sword and dagger and the sword and fishnet are actually stronger than the crossbow and the Mage Lock pistol. So they're just forcing you to make new changes. And again, by the way, they added 2 new classes, which is really cool to see. So let's see this here. I'm going to check out these guys. And they made some other changes, certain fixes to certain cultures. Again, they made certain units weaker, stronger. They made a lot of mage units stronger because no one's using mages. So they're like, well, what the frick? We're going to have to make that change. So they did. So now mages, they do more damage now. They want you to be using mages, which I kind of find a little bit problematic. I actually think that's a little bit... You know, it's like, are we really going to just stop using other units because they just buffed up the mages and now I guess everyone's going to be spamming mages, honestly? Well, we're going to see what's going to happen there. But anyways, so this used to give, I think, status resistance and now it doesn't, I think. They also changed War Seeker. So I was talking about this in the video. And by the way, this is going to be in the video right here in the tier list, and you know, this is just a stipulator because of the update. Again, everything as I was talking about it, everything I said was true. Everything I say is relatively all of it matters, okay? Everything's important as I've spoken about it. You want to figure out how to get regeneration. If you can get bolstering evasion, that's also nice. You want to figure out how you can get all the things I talked about. And of course, every update that they come out with, they're going to figure out ways to make that difficult on you. They're always going to figure that out, you know, because it's like we figure out what works really well. So what they changed about this War Seeker, it used to apply until the end of combat. Now what happens? Well, now it applies for 2 turns. So your unit, as I understand, has to constantly get kills. They can't just have this, even though they're no longer getting kills in combat. They also changed who qualifies for this ability, which it doesn't matter. The enemy, yeah, so when this unit kills, so it's just an enemy unit, which, but that's weird because they changed who it counts for. I think you were able to kill certain ally units to get this. Anyways, so now it only stacks up to 3 times. That hurts. It's still good, right? Still gives you damage and health. It's just that it was too powerful, so they had to reduce it. And again, they improved certain aspects of the AI. Your melee heroes, they're not going, when they have a ranged attack option, there's still going to be a frontliner. So that's good because I was noticing that issue with the AI. They also fixed a little bit of the AI, I believe, with the mage a little bit. They fixed the AI where everyone behaves a little bit better. Now we have they changed something about ranged units where if it looks like they're going to lose a fight, they're not going to kite the enemy as much, which is an issue because, right, I've shown to you in the racial unit tier list, I showed you that I had 2 shades and 1 dead hero. I had 2 shades kite a freaking army and they won. They cleared out 3 full stacks, 18 units. So now they changed it where if it seems like the battle's lost, your ranged units, they're not going to kite around and they're not going to... So it seems like to me, you're not going to get those victories anymore, which means I guess the AI is going to just kill itself if it looks like you're not really winning the fight so that you can't turn around those massive stacks for a victory, you know, which is unfortunate if that truly is the change that they made. And they also changed it where other units, though, when they're winning, they're not going to be super skittish and run away. So they made it to basically where if you're losing, your units are going to behave for sure that they're losing. And when you're winning, your units are much more likely to behave like they're winning. So that kind of thing. What else? So yeah, they nerfed Warseeker, which is really unfortunate. It's still good. It's just not as good as it used to be. They buffed massively Vicious Killer a little bit, maybe not too crazy. And they also buffed Willbreaker, so now this applies to enemies in range. 3 of the target. So, I don't know what that means, and honestly, whatever. It's better now. Willbreaker just applies to more enemy units, so it's better. This was brought down from 2 grace to 1. That really sucks, man. And then, they also made some of these exclusive. Let me see. They made some of these abilities exclusive from one another, as I remember. Let me see. It's no. I mean, to me, it looks the same. Maybe you were allowed to get all of these, and now they made them exclusive. Maybe that's. I would have to look through this footage and see if the locks are new or if they've always been there. Oh, did they lock these off from each other? I don't know. I don't believe so, but maybe they did. Okay, anyway. So that's what they did. You know, it's okay. The changes. It's definitely a way to make it so that the heroes are not super overpowered, or at the very least, you have to put a lot more work into making them overpowered, right? Whatever it is, you know, they didn't try to completely gut all of the strong strategies, but they definitely tried to do things to make it where they didn't try to gut anything exactly, but they just tried to minimalize, I guess, the overpowered nature to some of these builds, right? And they also changed wildfire strikes, so now it applies more damage to your base attacks, which I'm not really a fan of that, and now has a chance of inflicting burning to the target and adjacent enemies, which is not what it used to be. It was way better before that. And I didn't even always want to get it before here, but now it's weaker, so it's like, what the frick? Man, okay. So I don't know what that was about. They really just went out of their way. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of weird. Yeah, so they didn't nerf the Shade, which was interesting. The Shade is still the Shade. That's good to see. I could check out the Ritualist. They only changed, really, the Ritualist in their AI to make it a little bit better when using certain abilities, but they didn't really change the Ritualist that much. which is kind of weird. They didn't give any buffs to the ritualist, which I would say that the ritualist definitely needs. That's kind of strange. It's one of the lesser desired heroes. Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, they didn't really bother with it. It's kind of weird. I don't know why. You know, by the way, I said, like, I said you typically want to go down this route or the other route here. But honestly, I can see certain scenarios for this one, but it's really up in the air. So regardless, they didn't make too many changes to this guy. So that's kind of what happened. I don't think there's anything else to share here. They said that they separated. Again, they added new classes. The Spell Shield and the Death Knight. So I'm really interested in trying those out. I don't know if we can see it here. Let's see. But you know, heroes were, I mean, they were just good. So I get it. So they added, and again, they said that they, like, I think they separated your unit class or whatever the frick from the hero, as I understand. I'm sorry, your class type or whatever from the hero class. The wording's really confusing, and quite frankly, I don't see the difference. So I have no idea what they changed right there. But yeah, anyways, we got new weapons. We got some new stuff. A lot of things that were overpowered got nerfed. So I think it's good overall. And again, as I remember, let me reread that. Okay, so let's look up AOW 4 new update. So let me read that one more time because I'm a little bit confused about it. Where is it? They're not even showing it to me. What the F? Where is it? What the? It's not even here. How did I find it the first time? That's ridiculous. Okay, so we're back. I found it. Yeah, so anyways. So they separated hero class from weapon loadouts. And loadout can be picked individually based on the expected weapon restrictions. That makes no sense. I have no idea what that means. Yeah, I don't get that. So it just sounds like to me that your defender now can use great weapons and your warriors can use defender weapons. That's all it sounds like to me. And I don't know if that's true. You know, because the build is not that way in your skill points. So I don't quite understand what that change is going to look like. Anyways, they added a lot of this new stuff that, as I talked about, you know, the javelin and the sword and throwing dagger, they seem to be the best ones for this update. And again, the hero balance, they didn't hurt them too much. They tried to buff the dragon's roar, so that's nice. And the warrior. Okay, yeah, so they made a lot of these mutually exclusive from each other. So I guess they weren't. Yeah, and unyielding, that got, yep, that's sad. It got a nerf. Defender got their nerfs a little bit. Mage got their buffs. Insta-light nerfs to lightning evocation so that people would pick up. The jumps of enemies went down from 3 to 2. So now it's only 3 enemies at max that are hit by lightning evocation so that people are more incentivized to use fire evocation, which maybe I'll start using it again. I don't know. And devastating evocation. Okay, never mind. No, they didn't really make any changes there. And again, they didn't really hurt the ranger too much, so it's interesting. Yes, okay, and yeah, it's correct. Learning a signature skill now grants an extra skill point for the hero. And they also buffed soul draining strikes. So it's actually kind of decent, what they did there. I'm glad that we have more skill points, because now it looks like we have 24 instead of 20. And now with Cult of Personality, you could get up to 28. So you can get pretty strong as far as I understand. But that was needed because people were way too restricted on the skill points. So I'm pretty happy with those changes on the skill points side. Obviously, everything, I guess because we got more skill points, they figured that they should reduce the base stats of a hero, because now the heroes, right, they have a higher ceiling that they can achieve. And that makes sense. If that's really the logic there, that makes a lot of sense, and I'm okay with that trade-off, because ultimately there's ways to trade it off, I suppose. Or maybe it's really bad. But anyways, man, that's the end of it here. Just had to share some of those thoughts. And wow, you know, this tier list video was already long enough, I think. But this update that they just came out with, now it just makes the video a tad bit longer. All right, bro. So I know that I was kind of talking earlier as the update came out, and I shared with you some of the new nerfs. I don't know if we really got that many buffs. We did get a few, right? Mythic units and whatnot. But anyways, I was telling you, right? So the Spell Blade and the Death Knight. Right here, we are at the end of my current playthrough. So I'm going to be sharing with you what the Death Knight and the Spell Blade are, what their skill tree looks like. And I'm going to share with you, of course, my resolutions by the end of this playthrough. What do I think about heroes in general? Again, I've shared with you in this video, I shared with you my my tier list. I shared with you a lot of my thoughts. I shared with you, you know, what's good, what's bad. And I'm going to share with you my absolutely final thoughts. Again, a lot of the things I said previously are still true. However, I am going to be adding this part into the video because this is basically an addendum to a lot of the information, because the update kind of changes a few things. Not everything, but you know, I'm going to just share some of my thoughts. So, especially just revolving around heroes, okay? So, Death Knight. This is a new one, and this is basically what? It's a mixture of mage, ritualist, and the warrior. And that's basically what it is. All right, so we get second wind in here, we get some stats, we get the sweeping attack, and I guess it applies, it applies Sunder, interestingly. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, that's cool for what it is. It also, by the way, over here, we get the Execute, we get Reckless Rage, we get the Frenzy right there. That's pretty nice. Keen Edge, we can also get this Crit Chance, all right? Critical Momentum, we get this too. I guess Build It, I don't know. Honestly, though, I mean, yeah. I mean, you're going crit, might as well grab this. It's right there. Execute is horrible. Reckless Rage is, it's just not that good. So anyways, and I would just avoid getting any of this, like Berserker's Rage. You don't want to build your hero to die. And Undying Warrior, you don't want to build your hero to die. Now listen, you can pick up this guy and play him for fun, okay? You can do that, right? But it's just up to you. And like, for me, no, I'm just not that interested, right? So anyways, there's that. These are really, I would avoid these. Even Resurgence, by the way, you know, I play this game where I turn on Resurgence. It's kind of funny, but whatever. But seriously, I would avoid it. That's a waste of your skill points. I would say on this guy, now here's the issue. And I'm going to talk about the Spell Blade in a few seconds here, but The Death Knight, I think, is absolute dog trash. I think he has nice options in his skill tree, but he has no good way to get bolster resistance, bolster defense, regeneration, and he really has no, he doesn't have grace in his build. He has nothing going for himself that adds to survivability. Every other hero type has something going for themselves. You know, always end in defense mode, right? For the warrior and the defender. But we don't have that on the Death Knight. So it makes the Death Knight pretty trash. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're going to have a much more survivable warrior if you select the warrior. Because the Death Knight is basically a variation on warrior, and he's not so good. I don't like him at all. Now, this is me just reading it here, just reading it on paper. I have no idea if maybe he's perfectly fine if you just build him the right way. Maybe he's fine. Maybe he's good, he does good damage, and he never dies. But the issue is that he is built around dying. So he's basically supposed to get in there, do damage for like 2 or 3 turns, which, you know, based on your difficulty level, he's going to die right away, typically. Let's just face it, okay? If you're playing on Brutal, he's gonna die after the first turn. So you want to do something about that, you know? Anyway. So I don't like those things about this. And then on top of that, and I'm trying to think about it, you know, man, I really cannot justify any of this. I don't think the Death Knight is good. I think he's a fun pick, okay? By the way, he also gets the Unyielding, that's nice. You also select one of these. I would select Weakening the enemies around you, that's better. Also, he doesn't get good buffing to his damage, unlike the other classes, so that's weird. And then we get War Seeker, which was nerfed, remember that. It's okay. And then Will Breaker, which was buffed quite a bit. I guess that's good too. If you're tanky, I guess you want to get Will Breaker. And if you're going damage, you want to get War Seeker. Okay, so it's up to you. And then, of course, we get Killing Momentum, which is nice. But anyways. So then we also have right here, we have Curse. This is available. And something interesting about this, which I just realized now looking at it, is that Curse is actually a free ability. Now, of course, you can only use it every 4 turns. Oh, dang. So this is down for 3 turns. That is kind of rough. But, you know, I guess it's a nice way to further lock down a target, right? It can help you get a lot of kills, I'm sure, doing this. So it's cool in that aspect. I do like that. It's free, the Curse ability. So, I mean, that's really nice, man. That's really nice. So anyways, outside of that, we also have Raise Undead, which I don't know how much you're going to want to have that on the AI for your Death Knight, because he might just screw himself over using it. But, you know, instead of getting a kill, he's just going to be reviving a crappy unit, right? So whatever. But what's super nice about this, and it's a trade-off, is that you get Wyvern Keeper, and the Bone Wyvern for most of the game is pretty good. Late game, you know, he kind of falls off, but he does good damage. He's a good bullet sponge for most of the game. So that's a nice thing that we get from Ritualist here. And then we get Dark Ritual, which is okay. You know, it's not really that crazy. They nerfed it quite hard. So it's whatever, man. I mean, you know, you can use it and it's still decent for spawning in bullet sponges. But anyway, and then we also get Melee Mage, which most of the time this is not a problem. So, but you know, again, depends on how many skill points you have. You could, I guess, pick it up. And then what's this? Is any of this different? Okay, it's not really that different. All right. So, okay, anyway. So that's that. That is the Death Knight. I don't think he's good on paper, but I could see somebody making a decent build with him. It just sucks because Ranger has access easily to regeneration and also defensive stats, by the way. It's only 3 defense and I think 30% evasion, but the Death Knight has nothing for defense, and that's pretty rough. Nothing. So you can get glassed pretty easily using a Death Knight because you're going to be lacking a lot of defense and a lot of resistance. And I don't know. I mean, like maybe for some people, maybe the higher in skill tier that you go, everything's just about nuking each other. Your hero's always going to die. So it's like you might as well just build a hero that's really good at nuking before they go down because maybe they're not invincible. But as I know, most people talk about this, you can make your heroes basically invincible compared to all of your units. So like you can make them so hard to kill, including specifically the defender, you know? This guy, okay, and I'm going to share with you my kind of new updated tier list for these guys. It's not really that different, just gotta tell you. I mean, you can already guess where I'm gonna go with all this. What did they do, right? They nerfed Tireless Retaliator. So listen, this guy has a great way of accessing regeneration without you having to build that into an item. And one of the issues with building anything into items is that it takes time to get it. And you don't always focus on that either. And you may not have the resources to do it. So how long am I going to go without regeneration or without any of these other things if I'm going to build it inside of an item? So that's a problem there. Now, okay, they nerfed this. You have to now be in defense mode to get Tireless Retaliation, which of course that means now that shock units and possibly also magical units, if they have focus of devastation, or a unit that has heavy charge strike, they will be able to cancel out your defense mode. So that means that they can also cancel out your retaliation strikes, which really sucks for the defender and their ability to stack up regeneration. Now, of course, how do you work around this? 2 things. You either build the polearm, which gives you charge resistance, or you can build a okay, and this is the only other way to go, is that you either do the polearm or you do the sword and shield, and on the shield, you grab defensive master, okay? And I would actually suggest don't do that because I think it's better to just get yourself, that's more items for one to build, and again, just build the polearm. It's basically required now if you're going to use the defender, okay? So, but, you know, outside of that, they gave us more skill points to use. Now, getting a signature skill gives you a skill point. So that's really nice. So you can flesh out a lot more. Now, I said earlier in the video that you might want to grab Phase Lock and Blink. Here's the reality. The AI rarely uses Phase Lock, and Blink is actually not necessary. Your hero can move just fine on their own. You do not actually need to have Blink. Just going to be honest. And they also updated the AI to work a little bit better and make your frontliners actually be frontliners, because sometimes they use things like taunt or ranged magical weaponry like fire breath or whatever, and they will actually walk away from the front line, which really hurts the defender, right? Because you want him in everybody's face. They kind of fixed that, so you're not going to deal with that problem as much, so that's good. And again, this is kind of how I build it. I get Grace, and then, which is another way to heal, by the way, which the other class, Death Knight, does not have, and Spellblade does not have either. What the frick? We're going to talk about Spellblade in a second here. And then I get Rallying Cry, which is a nice little buff to your units and also your hero. Okay, so I would actually, yeah, I think getting this, I would suggest it. And you also get Watchful, which is, you know, it's okay, you know, for what it's worth. Anyway, it's not really necessary, but it's good for what it is, especially if someone cancels you out of your defense mode somehow and you still have charge resistance because some enemy has heavy charge strike, which, by the way, heavy charge strike, like almost no enemy has it. So you're pretty much immune if you have charge resistance. So you can still get this. But anyways, whatever. Anyway, it's just, you know, something decent. Anyway. By the way, what I would tell you, this is my, I've made some resolutions. Do not get the Master of Astral. Here's the thing. You can select, I select Adept of Chaos, and sometimes I grab the debilitating aura here. It gives -5 status resistance, which is huge. Okay. The main thing that you're getting here is Chaos Empowerment, which gives you good damage, gives burning. I think that you should definitely pick this up, especially if you go the Tome of the Flame Herald and all that. But more specifically here. Listen, you can also build it here for Adept of Chaos. You can swap it out, but I would suggest not. But anyways, either get yourself, if you are lacking on regeneration, which with the Defender, you're not going to. So, okay, get the get the Adept of Astral, all right? Get the Adept of Astral on Defender. If a unit like the Death Knight, for instance, what the frick, if you're using the Death Knight, you're going to want to get Adaptive Vigor through the Adept of Nature, okay? And you're either going to want to get Adept of Nature or Adept of Astral. Those are your two options right here, depending on the hero that you're using. And then also, you may or may not, based on certain things, you might want to swap out Adept of Chaos if you don't actually find that you want it or need it. I mean, again, I think it adds a lot of damage, but again, you do have to be doing crit hits, and maybe that's not always available, and most of the time it is. So, anyway, especially with the build that I've shared with you earlier. Now, here's another thing. If you're going a tanky build with your playthrough on your units, grab Arcane Surge. That's what I would tell you to do. It gives you damage, gives you defense on your hero, and you don't have to spec into bolster defense or bolster resistance in items, okay? And that's really nice. And you also don't have to do that for strengthen as well. So there's a lot of ways to just get a lot of guaranteed bonus damage, bonus resistance, and a little bit of healing as well through the spell casting. So that's really nice. Or if you're going a damage build, which I did this playthrough, and I made a mistake not grabbing the Astral of Order. The Astral of Order. Get instead of getting the Paragon of Astral, get the Paragon of Order. The Paragon of Order gives all of the units in your army Resurgence. And you heal everyone on the field when you get kills, okay? 15 health points. And a little bit of morale as well. So that's really nice too. You want to get that so that, because when you go a damage build, which is insane, bro, by the end of this playthrough, I am using, by the way, keep this in mind, freaking crazy. I'm right now using, throughout this playthrough, Dragoon Knights. And I just focused out damage over damage over damage over damage. Just getting a ton of damage. I got everything that, first and foremost, you want to get everything that increases your base damage. Then you want to get a little bit, getting something like Flame Burst Weapons. You don't really need the crit because you already have a lot of crit. You can easily get to 100%. But you can, of course, get Flame Burst Weapons so that when these guys are legitimately one-shotting units, and that includes tier 5s, really tanky units, when these guys are one-shotting, two-shotting units, they're going to be getting a bunch of extra damage through Flame Burst Weapons. It's actually really good. Now, maybe it's not necessary at the start, but if you're looking for extra damage, that just helps you get a ton of kills. Because, it does a chain effect. It's crazy. That you can literally have this guy get a one-shot kill, or he gets a one-shot kill. Maybe it doesn't kill another unit, but it weakens the others through amplified arrows and other things, and also the flame burst weapons. And then this guy gets a kill, and he can get like 3 or 4 kills based on the positioning of units through flame burst weapons. Really powerful. Do not overlook it. But anyways, increase your base damage on these guys for a damage build, and you can just nuke everything in the game. By the end of this playthrough, I was doing on average to with defense mode and other applications in place for a mythic unit, a tier 5, I was doing on average somewhere between 70 to 120 damage. And when they were getting weaker and we were getting more attacks in on them and they were not in defense mode, we were doing anywhere between 140 damage up to freaking 220. And I'm sure that you could do 300 damage with this if you get a full stack of Mark, full stack of Strengthen, and make sure that the unit is also distracted. There's a bunch of things, and you will be nuking. I mean, at that point, it's absolute overkill. But, you know, I killed a freaking dragon, level 20 ruler, actually a ruler, and he got one shot. 120 damage, it was done, okay? The dragon was done. Hero unit, okay? And that's anything in the game. These guys nuke like crazy, okay? So what do I tell you? These are glass cannons. You're going to be constantly building these units because they will die, especially, and you probably want to build Angel Eyes, because if they ever get insanity or mind control, bro, you're going to be losing units because these guys are going to start one-shotting yourself, right? You don't want that. So anyways, you can make these guys really powerful, but you're going to need to go Angel Eyes, because you go anything else, they're going to get insanity. And when they get insanity, you're going to have a bad day, okay? But outside of that, you're still going to lose these guys here and there because they're not tanky, and they will get one shot here and there by certain units. So you got to be careful about that. And also, by the way, they cannot access killing momentum. Keep that in mind. It's not that big of a deal, but you know, it's just something to keep in mind. They can't get a bunch of kills in one turn. That would be overpowered. And they cannot use Awaken Instincts either from the nature tome for something. I forget what it's called, but anyways, so you can't use the little strategy where you get Awaken Instincts and you get Angel Eyes and you basically have another free turn on your units. You can't do that with these guys. Anyways, these guys are super good, but you want to make sure that your hero, if they have access to it, which the Eldritches, they don't, and I don't know if the dragon has access to it. I don't believe he does. But on your normal heroes, you want to make sure that you grab in here. You want to make sure that you go over and get Paragon of Order when you're going a damage build, just so that you can avoid actually losing a lot of your units. And again, if you're going tanky with your units, then you can completely overlook that, and you can instead, you can take a look at doing Paragon of Astral. So here we are. We have the Spellblade, all right? And I think this guy's absolute dog trash, just everything that I'm reading here. But he has a little bit more built-in resistance than the other classes. That's number one, all right? Specifically, aside from the Death Knight. So he is a better option. Right here, you get access to a 1 skill point, all right? Pay attention to that. So you can move around and use it. A 1 skill point variation of Lightning Evoker and Fire Evoker, which I think it roughly does the same damage as the Mage, but a little bit less. Anyway, and I would actually say now get Fire Evoker because they nerfed Lightning, and I don't know if Lightning's good anymore, but maybe it is. I don't know yet. And then you can go in here. All of your attacks get electrified, blind, which is huge. You get spell penetration, which what does it mean? You just apply your status effects much easier. And on top of that, you ignore 3 resistance, which is huge. You just get this inbuilt penetration. That's really nice. You get burning, so that's nice with the Tome of the Flame Herald. And then you also get wildfire strikes, which is, again, pretty good. Then you get Melee Mage, which isn't really that important, but then you can get Arc Fire Burst, which does good damage. It's pretty cool. Then you get Adaptive Armor, which is nice. People have said that Weaver's good. I don't like it because you're skipping a turn to actually attack so that you can get your freaking cooldowns back, which is just stupid. Just wait, 2 turns for Arc Fire. There's no reason. You can use, in the meantime, one of your basic attacks, or you can be using Fire Evoker. I don't know why you would go grab Weaver. And then there's also this. Wait, hold on. Refresh all of your ability cooldowns and once per combat. Okay. because then you can go for the kill. So maybe you could get some one-shots. So maybe that's actually pretty good, and you're sacrificing a turn so that you maximize your damage. The issue is that it's not too hard to build a hero. Once you get into the mid game to the late game, it's not too difficult to build them to actually get a lot of kills. So I don't understand why you would actually do this, because it's only for 50% damage. So you're constantly throwing away a turn just so that you can get 50% damage, and then I guess use one of these abilities again. But like, is it really worth it? I don't think so. Maybe it is. Maybe I should finally try it out. I can try it out and see, but I'm just going to tell you, I don't think it's good. Just going to be honest, because you can always do something every turn. And whatever it is that you do, you should always be doing damage with your hero. It makes no sense to do otherwise. Anyways, right here, you get melee attacks. And you also have this, by the way. So what the frick? It just makes no sense. You should always be attacking. Arcane Skirmisher gives you extra damage right here. Look at this. You're always getting extra damage, you know, by intermingling both melee and magic. So it makes no sense. Like, why would you... I think that Weaver is a mistake, if I'm being honest, and that's just me. Anyway, you also get Sundered Resistance right here. And you either have that, or you can be tanky against non-flanking attacks, which I don't know about that. It's not really that good. It's only 1/1, so it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's good. I don't know. Anyway. But then you have access to more damage right here. You have access to flanking. You have access to more damage. It's not that much, but, you know, it's doing it for both magic and melee, so there's something there. Crit chance right there. That's nice. We get a little bit of crit chance. Critical Skirmisher, all right, some more damage for critting. Grim Executioner, which you don't need if you have Astral Blood. Then we have Critical Second Wind, which is pretty decent. It's not really that good. It's not going to help you with your survivability. I'm going to tell you that right now. And if you have the Paragon of Astral, I really don't know why you need this. So anyways, but you do get some defensibility here. But the main issue is you don't have the tier 3 resistance, which gives you for 1 skill point 2 resistance. I mean, that's a pretty big deal. And also I think it's 4 or whatever status resistance. So anyways, but of course, you know what? The status resistance is actually completely inconsequential. And I'm about to share everything around that with you. Anyways, you can get evasive strikes right here. You can get slippery. You can get knockback retaliations, which is maybe that's good. I don't know. And then you can get more retaliation attacks. Okay. You know, I don't know about that. Well, hold on. So once per turn by default. So if you get super growth and you get this, you can get 3 retaliation attacks in 1 turn, which is not terrible. So attacking an enemy. Okay. So the issue with this is that you don't have defense mode. So you have to be attacked for this to operate, I believe. If you have defense mode, you have a zone of control. So if an enemy even gets close to you, you attack them, right? So I don't know. I have issues with that. But anyways, I do think that opening strikes is actually the best one here, doing more damage as you show up on a unit, because this guy's kind of a shock unit, right? So he's going to run up and do damage typically. And typically he's going to be hitting a lot of targets that are pretty high on health. And you know, you add that with the penetration, and I think that's overall going to be the best choice. I don't think you're typically, especially with all the group damage he does, you're going to be hitting more targets that have health, right? Rather than units that don't have health. So I think that Fatal Strikes is actually something you don't want to go with. That's just me personally, but whatever. You know, it's up to you. Whatever you find is more common. But So that's what they added to the game. I'm going to be playing around with them a little bit more because I just got them. I barely played with them. We're going to be experiencing these guys right here a little bit more in the next playthrough, but I can tell you this right now. I am not impressed. I think that they're cool and they add flavor to the game, and they have a lot of nice things like, you know, the summoning the wyvern here, a free cast of curse. You know, it's like there's some cool things in here that you can definitely make use out of. And I do like what they added in concept. But if you're playing on brutal difficulty, I don't think this is going to be at all viable. If you can make yourself tanky and use this, then you're going to have a good time, you know, but it's really going to depend upon whether or not you can actually be tanky and use this build. As far as I'm concerned, especially if you're playing on brutal, I think it's going to matter a whole lot. Now, outside of that, you know, if you want to play this on normal difficulty or anything like that, then you're going to have a good time. It's just going to be fun to use this guy. I actually think that I would prefer to use the Death Knight on a lower difficulty setting, because you can make full use out of him. You will easily one-shot with this guy. It's just, again, if you're looking for a challenge in the game, you're going to not want to really build these guys, I don't think. So where does that put the tier list, right? Defenders at the top. You just have to build around him differently now to ensure that you get his full build. But he's so good, right? You want to build the Adept of Astral on him to just make him even more difficult to kill. He has regeneration. He has so many things going for himself. He's super good, tanky, damage, retaliation attacks. That's a bunch of free attacks on a unit. He's super good, okay? And now we have more skill points, so we can use even more with these guys, okay? Especially the Defender. You can use so much more with him. Outside of that, and by the way, with the Cult of Personality, you have overall 28 skill points. Anyway, the Warrior is still right beneath him, the Defender. They're both, or maybe they're equal to one another. They both got nerfed. They have less healing in their builds, but you can still make them both work. The Warrior still has good healing. He ends his turn in defense mode. I don't know if a Lance can cancel out a charge strike. I don't know if that's... So I don't know how the Warrior can counteract. I think that you can build polearms now, by the way, on Warriors. So I don't know if that's a good idea, because you can only get your defense mode through a charge strike. So that's kind of a problem. I don't know what to do about that. Oh, I don't have a Warrior in this playthrough. All right, whatever. Anyway, so, you know, but you know, I mean, okay, but you know, the Warrior, he's still fine. He's still pretty much very similar to how he was before this update. So it's up to you, just whatever. He's going to be a little bit squishier, just a tad bit, but you know, they didn't do too much to hurt the Warrior, all right? He's still good, and he's basically right up there with the Defender, although the Defender might be the best one in the game. Ranger is okay, but they're super squishy late game, I'm going to be honest. And they also nerfed Channeling Ritual, so you can't refresh this. What the frick? So now I don't think the Ranger's good. And by the way, they added the 1-turn cooldown on the Mage Lock pistol. I think I mentioned that earlier here in this video, but whatever, I'm just saying it again. So they just did so many things to hurt the Ranger. You can still use him for fun. He can still do damage. It's just that he's not going to be as good as he was for his intended purposes before this update, okay? Mage is okay. Mage, oh, they added more damage to the Mage, by the way. So the Mage may actually now, instead of having accuracy buffs right here, instead of accuracy buffs right here and right here, now it's just extra damage. So the Mage now is, you're capable of nuking super hard with this guy. I mean, that's another 30% damage that they gave to him. That's crazy. So I would say you probably always want to go Devastating Evocation with this guy now. And if you do that, you're going to be doing massive damage. Massive. Okay. So outside of that, I think the mage is probably now better. I don't know if he's like super, super good, right? Maybe he's just as good as the warrior. I don't know. Or maybe he's just as good as the warrior and the defender. Whatever it is, this guy is better than the ranger now. I can tell you that. And they did nerf displacement, of course. So now it has to be a melee attack that activates displacement, which sucks, but okay, whatever. And outside of that, Dragon Lords got a minor nerf. They're still good. They still do great damage. And then the Eldritches, they were not really changed at all. Like, I don't know what changed. I don't think anything did. But yeah, so anyways. So those are the changes. And pretty much, I mean, again, you know, a lot of the things I said earlier in the video, they still apply. However, there's some things that have changed, and I think that the Death Knight and the Spellblade, I think they're worse than everyone else. They're only better than the Ritualist, if I'm being honest with you. And maybe the Ritualist still has a few things going for itself. Just the fact that you can revive units if you go down the revive path, or you can get a free heal every turn and dispel a bunch of debuffs. So whatever it comes down to, you know, it's really up to you. But you know, I guess the only hero type that the Death Knight and the Spellblade are better than is the Ritualist, and then I would say that the Spellblade is probably better than the Death Knight, but I can see both of them being a lot of fun to use, right? You just can't be playing on too hard of a difficulty, and that's all I have to say about it. You can still try to do everything, by the way. Like, okay, if I consider to you how to build these guys, and I've already kind of gone through it. How should you build a Spellblade if you want to be able to tank a lot of damage? Where can I find these freaking losers? All right, Spellblade here. Or no, that's a Death Knight. Okay. The Death Knight, I'm going to tell you this. You may want to go Frost Curse with the Death Knight, just so that the Death Knight can actually focus down a target and get that kill. Because the Frost Curse comes with extra damage, and it also freezes the enemy unit. Now, that does come with a trade-off that you're not hitting a whole bunch of other units, which maybe you still want to get Mass Curse, because you want the possibility for your warrior here, for the Death Knight, you still want them to be able to survive. So you might actually want to get Mass Curse instead, because they are going to be weakening. Oh wow, so attacks and debuffs. Okay, so that applies also to Sundering Sweep. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. So anyways, you might still want to get this. Wait. Why is it not called Mass Curse? Oh no, it is. Okay, anyways. So, okay, if you want to make it so that the Death Knight can guarantee one kill, then get Frost Curse. I think that's the way you want to go about it. Maybe, I don't know. It's 20 hit points difference and also freeze, but it's up to you. But honestly, I think that you want to go with this instead, because you want to be doing group damage, right? And you want to be able to get multiple kills. And for any of the units that survive after this, you want them to have that weakening right here. I think it's 2 weakening. Yeah, it's 2 weakening. So you want to, oh wait, it's actually, I think it's 3 times weakening with this. So you want to have that. Yeah. So I think you still want to build, and let me see. Yeah, so it's up to you, man. It's up to you. But I would say maybe Mass is actually still better, so. But maybe getting Frost Curse helps you guarantee kills. So whatever. Anyways, that's something that you have to decide for yourself. Anyway, But of course, you also get the Wyvern Keeper. So, I mean, if you get a whole bunch of these guys, you could have a bunch of freaking Bone Wyverns, which is kind of cool, okay? Let's not overlook that, but it's just up in the air. Is this good? Is this bad? It's kind of, you know, again, I'm going to try it out and see how good it is, but they do not have survivability on their side. With this guy, though, I would say you would definitely want to get regeneration, so adaptive vigor, and maybe you also want to look past the Adept of Chaos and just get the bolstering evasion, because they're going to be that freaking squishy. And same thing for the right here, the Spell Blade. I would say that, you know, the Spell Blade is a little bit more defensive, has a slightly higher stats, but reality is I really think that you're going to want to build Adept of Nature and Adept of Astral, because you're suffering so much on defensibility with these guys. So anyways, those are my thoughts about them. Now here's my final thing to tell it to you. So how should you build your heroes now, right? Let me go look at my defender, actually. That's a better one to look at. Where's this guy right here? So right here, you want to definitely do a pole arm on these guys for the most part. But here's what I'm going to tell you. You want to, you know, if you're going to have a hero that's on foot, so with a pole arm, you're going to want to get yourself fast movement on your shoes, which I forget, what does that require? We're going to check in a second here. But I'm going to tell you this. You either want to get, so on your mages, so like your Eldritch heroes, I think you want to get Fortune instead of Starblades on those guys. I think that's going to be better for you. For the most part, yeah, I would say it's better for you, especially because you're going damage. And I think that you definitely want to, because they can't get Astral Blood. So I think you want to do that with your Eldritches, is get Fortune on this instead of Starblades, which if I remember, let me check right here. Fortune is for 2 Tranquility pools, and Starblade is 1 Tranquility pool. All right, so keep that in mind. So select, but for most heroes, you're going to be grabbing, especially your racial heroes, you're going to be grabbing Starblades instead. Outside of that, and also whatever they lack in, get the resistance as an extra stat. And then on top of that, for your chest piece, I would say that you want to get the ignore status resistance, and either get the 1, 2, or get both. Okay. The first one that gives you the 2 ignoring status resistance, that is free, but you have to get 2 Fireforge if you want to get the ignore 4 resistance. Okay. Outside of that, I would also tell you, so we were talking about this earlier. So with this one though, on certain heroes, like, okay, let's say you want to get the Adept of Chaos because it's good and it increases your damage and your crit. Okay, because I would say you want to try and go with that. So, okay, let's try to do that. So you could build instead on a chest piece. You can do you can do the free version of the ignore status resistance, which gives you ignore 2. And that's only 1 point in the item forge. And then you want to get the bolster regeneration, which let me check here. It is bolster regeneration is going to cost you 2 Archon blood, okay? And by the way, there's a lot of stuff that you want to get that is tied to the Fireforge and the Tranquility pool. But again, you want the Archon's blood in order to get bolster regeneration, all right? And you could get something like bolster defense instead, or it's pretty easy to get bolster resistance, but you could try to get those 2 instead of regeneration, but I would say get regeneration for sure. But bolster defense and resistance, they're tied. Oh, I'm sorry. Bolster resistance is 2 tranquility pools, and bolster defense is 1 arcanium ore. All right. So outside of that, I would tell you on your weapons, you want to get true damage. All right. That is going to be 3 void stones. And then you're going to want to get consume chaos as an ability, because that's super good, gives you a lot of healing. It's just really good all together. It will make your hero a freaking killing machine, and it gives them a bunch of survivability. You want to do it. Anyways, consume chaos is 3 Fireforge stones. So keep that in mind. By the way, if you want to get crit chance, that is going to be tied to, if you want to get the maximum, which is 30%, that's going to be 2 rainbow clovers, all right? Then 2 Fireforged stones if you want to get the critical damage increase as well, all right? And that's up to you. That's kind of expensive to do. Listen, just get the true damage and get the consume chaos. That's what you want to do. Anyways, so true damage, consume chaos. If you cannot get consume chaos, just get crit chance right there. You want to get star blades most of the time, except for the eldritch sovereigns, and maybe also get fortune for the dragons if you don't have access to astral blood, which you can get for the dragons, by the way. It's in their signature skills. Anyway, and with the ring, I have now completely changed my position. Do not build this ring. Do not do it. Wind shield makes you much harder to hit, but if you have bolster evasion, you don't need this. And in fact, what's better than this, because there are things that can counter, certain status effects can counter regeneration, like decaying and poison. And also you can counter bolster resistance, bolster defense, also bolster evasion. You can counter these things. So what should you build? It's a must build on your ring. You absolutely want to get this. Here's the thing. And I'm going to change the order on you now because of the update and just because of everything I've seen now, just with how the AI plays and all these new, just all the ways that you want to maneuver around all this. Okay, what do you want to do? And by the way, again, you want to get that movement increase, the 48 movement speed, so that you don't need to get blink. I mean, you don't have to anyways, but it's just, just to help yourself out. But it's not required. It just helps you out moving around on the battlefield. Anyway, how do you get status immunity on your ring, which will cost you the entire ring, but super good because you cannot be, so I don't know if you can still have your defense mode removed if you have status immunity. I don't know about that, but anyways, status effect immunity makes it so that when you get bolster evasion, when you get bolster defense, resistance, what's the other one? And bolster regeneration, there are no status effects that, for one, will make you weaker, and for two, that will not remove these positive status effects. So these become permanent on your hero. Your hero can gain bolster regeneration across the combat, and there's nothing that can take that from them. When you build status effect immunity, it is an absolute must build, and it will cost you 3 tranquility pools, all right? So the 2 things you really want to focus on, 3 tranquility pools and 3 void stones and 3 Fireforge stones. You get those things and most of your build is going to be amazing, all right? And then of course you can go grab the, which is connected, you can go grab the bolster regeneration, which is 2 Archon, but it's up to you. I mean, you really don't have to do it, but because, you can still do that through a skill point. But again, it just, if you want to get the Adept of Chaos and Astral, then that's how you do it. You got to get 2 Archon, all right, for the bolster regeneration. And then at that point, you're going to have a really difficult to kill hero that can do a lot of good damage, like really good damage. And maybe then the what is it? The Spell Shield and also the Death Knight, then maybe they're still good. I don't know yet. We have to test it out. But that's everything I have to tell you on that one. Then there's some other things here. Not too much. So I went down all this with you. That's how I would build a lot of these guys. Again, you need to have a way to have regeneration. Defenders, bro, they already have regeneration that you can easily acquire. So I would tell you on one of these guys, I would tell you build instead. Let me see. I would tell you build instead, get bolster defense, which is 1 Arcanium ore. That's just another way to secure yourself more tankiness. Or, okay, that's unless, if you get the Paragon of Astral, it does not matter then. It's only if. If you don't have the Paragon of Astral, then you're going to want to get bolster defense. But if you don't have bolster defense, then all you really need to grab is get the Ignore 4 resistance, the status resistance, and the Ignore 2 status resistance, which will overall cost you, I think it's 3 points overall. And then outside of that, I would buff up your on the defender, I would buff up your defense and or resistance as a base stat, all right? And just select it based on your situation, whatever it is. Whatever you think you need more of, it's up to you. I think for this build, I would actually say I would get on his chest piece. I would probably get, what the frick are we doing? I would probably get 2 resistance so that we can really counteract blight and shock damage, all right? So anyways, so that's all of that right there. I'm trying to think right now. Man, it's so good. Dude, you have no idea. Getting status effect immunity makes it so that you never go insane with your hero. You never get mind controlled. It is a must build. Honestly, you should do it before you get your weapon. I'm gonna be on it. Well, I mean, first and foremost, you want to become difficult to kill, but no, yeah. You want to get that before everything else, actually. So get your ring, get it first. Then you want to get your weapon. Then, if you are struggling on survivability, I would actually tell you, get your torso first. But if you're not, then just go for this. Get the helmet instead for the damage. And then you get the torso for whatever it is that you're building on the specific hero that you have. Especially if they don't have a way of getting regeneration. Outside of that, then you want to go over here. You want to grab the 48 movement speed. And then you can select like defense, resistance, maybe get passed through, or I don't know. It's up to you. It doesn't really matter that much. And then here's the last thing. Your relic, or whatever the miscellaneous is actually called, what would I tell you to get? It will cost you an entire item. It will cost you an entire item, but I would definitely get, this is a good one for defense, get yourself Astral Membrane. That will be 3 Astral Dews, all right? So maybe that's a little bit hard to get because you can't use the Transmutation Circle to really get that, because you're already going to be using the Transmutation Circle to get yourself Fireforge stones as well as Tranquility Pools. But if you happen to have 3 Astral Dews, definitely build yourself on your hero Astral Membrane. That's great. And then you could also do, but again, you're not building yourself to die, so I would actually just skip over this. But you could get yourself Undying, which will get you 2 Archon. I'm sorry, through 2 Archon's blood, you can get Undying, all right? So, in like, I would only get Undying if it's absolutely necessary. It's not really that necessary, you know, right? Because we're trying to make unkillable heroes. So it would kind of be stupid to waste your time on that. But if you're out of options and there's nothing else to build, I guess you would do that. And then I'm forgetting. Yeah, and there's really nothing else on the miscellaneous that's really that great of a deal. So, and then the other thing, the final thing is that say you want a wand, okay? What's a really good skill within the wands? I would actually tell you get the wand. This is super extra, but it's slightly better than getting Undying on your hero. Depends on the hero, by the way, but you know, most of the time. Anyway, let me find it. It is Resurrection, which you can actually get with 3 Tranquility pools, all right? So you can also get Resurrection, which is great for bringing back any dead unit. So, and I would say that's actually, depending on how far you are into your builds, there's some units that you just don't want to lose. You know, they got a lot of good stats, their legendary rank, or maybe one of your heroes dies and you want to keep them in the fight, right? And by the way, status effect immunity. What is so good about this? Getting this right here. Getting status resistance does not matter whatsoever. Does not matter. And that's why I would say it's absolutely imperative that you get the status effect immunity. It's just going to do you so much good for your hero. And it just makes them a killing machine that nobody can freaking get in the way of. And if they get attacked and they have astral membrane, they have bolster evasion, bolster regeneration, and you have some way of getting bolster defense if it's necessary, or bolster resistance, then you can, I mean, geez Louise, man. You are going to be so difficult to kill, it's not even going to be funny. There's no way to cancel it out. And again, an enemy unit attacks you, you're getting evasion, regeneration, maybe defense, maybe resistance. It's really up in the air based on your hero. But then they could also get stunned, right? Through the astral membrane. I mean, there's so many ways to make it so that your hero never dies. It'll just become laughable at that point, you know? So anyway, that's everything I have to share with you. Those are all my thoughts after doing this playthrough and after the update and all the things that they changed. That's how we can move around it, and just anything that you do in the future, you know, you just want to do everything that makes you more and more survivable. Never make your build around whether or not your hero is going to die.